Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Vancouver City Council meeting, April 14th, 2015. Welcome all of you here in Council Chambers, and welcome to those tuned in online. Madam Clerk, we need to start with our roll call, please.
Mayor Robertson's in the chair. Councillor Louis. Present. Councillor Stevenson. Here. Councillor Deal. Here. Councillor Jang. Here. Councillor Reimer. Here. Councillor Meigs. Here. Councillor Ball. Councillor Cllr. Here. Councillor Affleck. Here. And Councillor DeGenova. Mr. Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just shifting up here because we're starting today's council meeting with a special proclamation and acknowledgement of our great community leadership for Canadian Cancer Society for Daffodil Month. So we're honored to have some very special guests back. An annual tradition here at City Council to acknowledge the good work that is done by Canadian Cancer Society and so many volunteers, so many workers here throughout the city and across the country who are doing their utmost to support everyone on a cancer journey. So we are going to start with that proclamation, and I want to invite our three special guests up here today. Barbara Kaminski, who's the CEO from Canadian Cancer Society, and Dr. Sandra Krukel is here, Vice President of Cancer Control, and Leonard Shine is here from the Cancer Prevention Center Campaign Chair as well. Welcome to you. Thank you for joining us. So I'm going to begin by reading the proclamation and then give you an opportunity to address council and members of the public here. Whereas the Canadian Cancer Society British Columbia and Yukon Division celebrates Daffodil Month in support of everyone on a cancer journey. And whereas the Canadian Cancer Society's British Columbia and Yukon Division continues to be a leader in funding outstanding cancer research, undertaking cancer prevention initiatives, and delivering support services to people with cancer, their families, and caregivers. And whereas the Canadian Cancer Society's BC and Yukon Division consistently demonstrates a collaborative approach to cancer control and represents the interests of all citizens of Vancouver affected by cancer. And whereas the Canadian Cancer Society's British Columbia and Yukon Division assists the public in taking steps to reduce the risk of cancer by adopting prevention strategies and advocates for healthy public policy that makes healthier choices easier choices. Now, therefore, I, Gregor Robertson, the Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2015 as Daffodil Month in the City of Vancouver. Thank you. And Barbara, would you say some words?
So first of all, I'd like you to present the Mayor with a bouquet of daffodils. There are many cancer organizations out there, but one way to differentiate us from the others is by the symbol that we have, our daffodils. So hopefully that'll brighten your office. And with us, we have a very important volunteer, Leonard Shine, and he's going to pin you with our daffodil pin. Yes, you're getting pinned. The mayor was kind enough to wear the right color to really feature the daffodil pin. That's great. So many people have seen our daffodil pins over the last number of years. It's now spread across Canada, and it began here in BC and Yukon, so we're very pleased with that. I'd like to thank Mayor and Council for once again proclaiming April as our Daffodil Month. We've all been touched by cancer, unfortunately, and we want to make sure that we can change the future when it comes to cancer. And change takes money, and change takes awareness. So by everyone wearing a daffodil during the month of April, you'll let people that are going through a cancer journey know that they're not alone. There are people there to support them, and we can make a difference going forward. So although in April we celebrate survivorship and more importantly thrivership post-cancer, you'll be hearing more of us from the Canadian Cancer Society with respect to another of our priorities, and that's cancer prevention. So stay tuned. Thanks so much.
Okay, again, big thanks for all of your work here in the city and far beyond across BC and the Yukon and Canada, to the Canadian Cancer Society and Cancer Prevention Centre. We will be diving into the rest of our agenda now, and we have a busy agenda today with three significant reports back to council and a bunch of other business to attend to. So we will start in with council motion. Council is required to meet later in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the updated agenda. Would someone like to move that motion? Councillor Stevenson moves, and a seconder, Councillor Deal. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. So we have some minutes to adopt. And those are the minutes, firstly, from the regular council meeting, March 24th of this year. Are there any corrections to those minutes? And mover of adoption, Councillor Deal, a seconder, Councillor Carr. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Minutes two from the public hearing, March 24th and 26th. Any corrections to those minutes? Mover and a seconder, Councillor Stevenson moves, Councillor Deal seconds. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Minutes three are from the regular council meeting that followed our Standing Committee on Planning, Transportation and Environment meeting, and that was March the 25th. Any corrections to those minutes? Mover and seconder, Councillor Louis moves, Councillor Deal seconds. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Minutes four, the last set, are from the chauffeur's permit appeal hearing, March the 31st. Any corrections to those minutes? Councillor Ball will move, and a seconder. Seconder, any takers? Councillor Stevenson, all those in favor? Opposed? None, and that carries. So we're done. Unanimous approval for all of the minutes from our past four meetings, and we need a motion to go into committee of the whole. Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Jang seconds. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we sit in committee, and we'll now consider the consent agenda items. We have four administrative reports on the agenda for consideration, and council may adopt the recommendations in all four of those reports for in a single motion, but I'll ask if any members wish to hold any of the reports for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest. And I've got Councillor Carr on the queue.
Mr. Mayor, if you could please hold a report A4.
A4, okay. Administrative report number 4. Any other reports to hold? Seeing none, I'll ask for a mover of the recommendations before council in the first three reports, administrative reports 1 through 3, the exception being A4, which is going to be held for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest. And Councillor Deal is going to move that consent agenda motion, all the recommendations. Any debate on that, council? And I'll call the question. All those in favor of the recommendations in those first three reports? Any opposed? None opposed. That carries unanimously. So we have approved the following on consent, the three reports. Firstly, the business license chauffeur permit hearings, June to December 2015. The second is the campaign financing disclosure statements for the 2014 general local election, failure to file. The third is the Vancouver Heritage Foundation 2014 annual report, and that includes financial statements from the Vancouver Heritage Foundation. So we have approved the recommendations from those three reports, and we move right along into our report references, and we have three on the agenda here today. Our intention was on the initial agenda here, we had the neighborhood energy strategy first, the Cambie corridor phase 3 scope of work second, and the report on the oil spill. My intention was to vary the agenda to put that first, the report on the English Bay oil spill first up. We are waiting for our city manager, Penny Ballum, Dr. Penny Ballum, to return from Unified Command Center. She has been in meetings there all morning, so we are waiting for her to return. I'm going to suggest that we go ahead with the original agenda with the neighborhood energy utility item first up, that report first. When the city manager gets back from Unified Command, we can vary the agenda at that point and shift over into hearing from our city manager on the oil spill report. So we don't need to vary the agenda yet until we know she's back in the building, and we'll start therefore with the neighborhood energy utility report reference first, the neighborhood energy strategy implementation update. And Brian Crow is here. He's our Director of Water, Sewers and District Energy, and is going to provide a report on the implementation of the neighborhood energy strategy. Mr. Crow, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. As mentioned, I'm Brian Crow, the Director for Water, Sewers and District Energy from the Engineering Department, and the purpose of this presentation is to provide Council a bit of a refresher on our neighborhood energy strategy, which you approved in October 2012, and an update on progress in our #1 priority area, being the downtown area. So as a reminder to all of us, what is neighborhood energy? It is the supply through a centralized system of space heating, domestic hot water, and sometimes cooling for multiple buildings. This illustration shows the city's own Southeast Falls Creek system, which has a sewage heat recovery plant, which provides hot water, which is distributed through the neighborhood, and each building takes heat from that hot water loop and returns cooler water back to the central plant to be reheated. So basically they are shared heating systems for space heat and domestic hot water. The primary reason we're pursuing low carbon neighborhood energy in Vancouver is that it aligns with our Greenest City Action Plan goal for a 33% carbon reduction by 2020. Neighborhood energy is one of the major components of that strategy for the portions of this target which are within the city's control. We're seeking to achieve about 120,000 tons per year of CO2 reduction, or 11% of the total target by 2020 through neighborhood energy. And there's excellent international precedent to support doing this. This slide shows the Swedish case study for their transition of their district energy systems to renewable energy. It's the bottom axis is the time scale over the 30-year period of 1980 to 2010, and it shows in the colored bands the various energy sources they used. And the key takeaway from this slide is that in 1980 they were almost entirely on fossil fuel energy supplies, and despite doubling their energy production between 1980 and 2010, the red line shows the CO2 intensity of all of that energy production, which reduced by 2/3. So by the use of renewable and low carbon fuels, they achieved a dramatic carbon reduction despite growing energy demands, and that was through district energy. We also know that district energy provides economies of scale to achieve these reductions, and they're particularly cost effective at the larger scale. On the left, we have on this graph, we show the cost per ton of CO2 reduction for various systems throughout Vancouver. So this is the local example. And at the building scale, we can achieve low carbon reductions through systems like geo-exchange and air source heat pumps. And these are the systems that we see in projects like PCI Marine Gateway and the Grand Wolf Safeway project. They provide excellent carbon reductions at about $8,000 to $12,000 per ton of annual reduction. Whereas when we use systems at the neighborhood scale, such as Southeast Falls Creek and River District and the upcoming system in Northeast Falls Creek, we're at about half the cost per ton for that carbon reduction. And the huge opportunity is if we can convert existing systems, such as the downtown steam system shown on the far right, or the legacy institutional systems at Children and Women's Hospital and VGH, which have very low costs per ton of carbon reduction and thus are a very high priority in Vancouver. Which is not to downplay the value of those building scale systems. They are very important in places where district energy or neighborhood energy isn't practical at the large scale. We also, of course, have the success that we've demonstrated through the city's own Southeast Falls Creek neighborhood energy utility. That system has now been operating for 5 years and has achieved its goals of 60% carbon emission reduction through sewage heat recovery. It's growing rapidly. It's grown 260% since 2010. And it does all this at a competitive rate for heat provision to its customers, and the business case is on track to fully recover all costs with a modest return on the city's investment. So it's an excellent leadership example of low carbon new district energy in a modern urban environment. And it's always good to know we're not going at this alone. These are examples of the many activities throughout the region to develop neighborhood energy or district energy systems. I draw your attention in particular to what is happening at UBC, where they've modernized their legacy steam system. They are now operating a waste wood fueled low carbon heat plant, and their next project is to use heat recovery from the Triumph accelerator to provide the base heat for another neighborhood. So a really dramatic example of innovation right here locally at UBC. So Council will recall that based on what we learned from our international research and our own experience, the city adopted its neighborhood energy strategy, or our low carbon neighborhood energy strategy, in October 2012. And the basis of that strategy is to target neighborhood energy to those areas with high density that will support the business case, and to utilize building scale low carbon systems in other areas of the city. And the key principles or primary approaches are that we will utilize a flexible combination of enabling tools, which I'll explain in greater detail, in order to facilitate investment in neighborhood energy, while minimizing the city's own financing requirements and risk if we were to build those systems ourselves. As we saw in that value for money curve, one of the greatest opportunities in Vancouver is to convert the existing or legacy steam systems in the city. You'll notice in fine print up in the top that this can achieve 95,000 tons, or 80% of our 2020 target, by converting the downtown steam system and the hospital steam systems as our first priorities in our neighborhood energy strategy. And of course, the complementary strategy to that is to establish new systems in those high density and emerging growth areas of the city that support the business case for these low carbon systems. And those areas are primarily downtown, Central Broadway, and the Cambie corridor. And this should achieve another 25,000 tons of reductions by 2020 and much greater reductions in the long term as these systems grow. This chart is an interesting highlight that really shows graphically the importance of those large-scale conversions to achieve our 2020 target. The 2020 target, as mentioned, is 120,000 tons per year. The pinkish and deeper red bands on this chart show that with the conversion of the downtown system and the children and women's system, providing us huge increments by 2020, and then the gradual growth of the new systems throughout the target areas of the city, we will achieve our 2020 target and significantly exceed it in the longer term. So the city has a number of policy tools that we established in the neighborhood energy strategy to help facilitate the development of these systems. These include utility, regulatory and contractual tools. These are things like franchise agreements to provide utilities with the right to serve particular areas, and bylaws to permit their access into our streets. Also cost competitive measures to facilitate the large upfront capital investments during our current economic situation with very low natural gas prices. So things like adjustments to policy for property tax, so there's a fair and uniform policy for all types of utilities, access to senior government grants, leverage of city assets such as land, capital funding, etc., can help bridge that gap in the short term for the necessary system investments. And probably the major role of the city is to secure the available load for these systems through connection policy tools. Examples of this include the Northeast Falls Creek and Cambie corridor zoning policies, which are already in place, and service area bylaws such as we have in place for our own Southeast Falls Creek system. Of course, all these tools are subject to council approval and are brought to you for your approval on a specific basis for each neighborhood as and when required. And those will be coming forward over time to you as the business cases are finalized in each neighborhood. Another important tool already adopted and approved by council in the 2012 strategy are the city's Energy Center guidelines. These provide the framework for council to consider and hopefully approve the development of the low carbon energy centers that supply the heat to these systems, such as the Southeast Falls Creek heat plant. And they were approved following very extensive stakeholder consultation and incorporate the 5 areas listed here around environmental performance, air quality, fit with the neighborhood, the fuel sources and their sustainability, and of course, thorough community engagement around the plant concept and design. Of course, as I mentioned, that with the strategy being to really leverage private investment and minimize the city financial risk in these projects, we need to have utility companies step forward. And this has advanced immensely since the city built its own Southeast Falls Creek system. We now have a great deal of interest from the private utility companies to invest in this market and develop these systems. So in December 2012, the city issued a request for expressions of interest for the downtown neighborhood energy system evolution. And we received 6 very detailed proposals from local and international vendors. And after evaluating those, the city selected Creative Energy as the lead proponent for the downtown neighborhood energy project. And Creative Energy, as you know, are the owners, the new owners of the traditional central heat system. So they are very well positioned to lead that conversion and expansion of the downtown neighborhood energy systems. So in simple terms, as we showed, the most important thing to do downtown to achieve our 2020 goal is to address the legacy downtown steam system. It is a huge opportunity because there are already 210 buildings connected to this natural gas-fired system, which is fueled from the existing plant at 720 Beatty Street. Just to put that in context, this system is roughly 15 times the size of our own Southeast Falls Creek system. So it's a huge asset and opportunity to convert from a hydrocarbon or natural gas to a low carbon future. And as mentioned, that opportunity alone can eliminate 70,000 tons or more of CO2 per year by utilizing a low carbon fuel such as clean, locally sourced wood waste to provide the combustion and the heat necessary to supply that steam distribution system. It is important to have a combustion-based technology for the downtown conversion because the legacy system provides steam and will need to continue to provide steam, which is at a high enough temperature that technologies like sewage heat recovery, which we're using in Southeast Falls Creek, aren't capable of producing that heat. So instead, we're looking for low carbon, locally sourced fuels such as wood waste, which is a very proven technology. There are literally hundreds of energy centers worldwide, probably thousands actually, that use local wood waste as a fuel. And there are several facilities locally, including that which I mentioned at UBC, as well as the University of Northern BC and Dockside Green in Victoria. With the conversion of that system to low carbon, it also creates a huge opportunity to expand and serve other areas of downtown. And that is our second strategy in downtown and in our other target areas of the city. So the intention with those expansion areas is to establish modern hot water distribution systems like we use in Southeast Falls Creek into those growth areas, which include Northeast Falls Creek, South Downtown, or sometimes referred to as the Granville Loops area, the West End, and Falls Creek Flats. These systems over time can also serve existing buildings in those neighborhoods that are already heated with gas. There's a great opportunity in that regard as the West End updates its systems and modernizes. The conversion of that downtown steam system is indeed a very large project. As I mentioned, it's 15 times larger in capacity than our own Southeast Falls Creek system. So it requires a very detailed feasibility analysis of the available technologies, the fuel supply, the business case for the investments, and as a foundational piece for all of that, the location of the future energy center. So an extensive review has already been taken through our relationship with Creative Energy as a result of our request for expressions of interest. We've reviewed with them numerous potential energy center sites on the Portlands and in the Falls Creek Flats. The basic criterion being they have to be at least 2 acres in size, they need to be near the downtown system in order to interconnect the new plant to the old, and preferably on industrial land with good rail or barge access for fuel delivery. And the best currently available site is actually at 425 and 435 to 55 Industrial Avenue, which is a city-owned industrial site adjacent to the rail tracks. It's currently used as the city's impound lot and used for some recycling facilities. And the energy center could be integrated with those recycling facilities to create a real hub of green innovation through recycling, energy recovery, and possibly even food production on the roof as part of the current proposal that Creative Energy is developing. This is serving as the base case for the business development and finalizing the financial plan for the system. So in order to allow Creative Energy to do its due diligence, the city is currently holding this site for up to 18 months pending those study completions. And if the project proves viable and this is the appropriate site for the project, it would be subject to a market-based option to lease, which would be negotiated and of course subject to council approval at that time. In the meantime, we're also making huge progress in Northeast Falls Creek, where we are keeping up with the rapid development that's occurring in that neighborhood around the stadiums. Creative Energy has committed to develop, own, and operate a new utility system to serve that neighborhood and is currently applying to the BC Utilities Commission for oversight of those customer rates. And they have committed with the city through a franchise agreement to implement low-carbon energy by 2020 in that neighborhood. That may be provided through a connection to the low-carbon system for downtown, or if that is not ready in time, they will construct a standalone low-carbon system to ensure that by contract, Northeast Falls Creek is low-carbon by 2020. And the city's commitment, which has been in place since 2011, is to secure connection of the loads in that neighborhood in the same way as we do so for our own system in Southeast Falls Creek. To date, that has been through conditions in the ODP and on each new development that has been rezoned since 2011. And we will shortly be bringing forward to Council a service area bylaw, which will make that permanent and uniform across the neighborhood. And it will be modeled after the Southeast Falls Creek bylaw, but adapted to serve a neighborhood like this, which is not the city's own system. So that's currently scheduled to bring forward to Council in 2 weeks for your review and approval. And that bylaw would be enacted once the BCUC has approved the Northeast Falls Creek system and it is formally being implemented. So when we bring it to Council, we will get your approval of the content, hopefully you'll get your approval of the content of the bylaw, and then save it for enactment once the system is up and operating. Finally, the other most active development in the downtown area with Creative Energy is in South Downtown. We have confirmed through their work that neighborhood energy system is financially viable for South Downtown, and that a franchise agreement could be structured very similarly to the agreement we already have for Northeast Falls Creek and Chinatown. That project will initially serve Vancouver House and several other large developments that are emerging in the neighborhood, and staff will report back shortly with our next steps and likely with a recommended agreement for that area. So in summary, there is a lot of activity occurring downtown on neighborhood energy. We are completing this year the feasibility study for our #1 priority, being the conversion of the downtown steam system, and hope to negotiate contracts for that early next year. Creative Energy is about to submit their BCUC application for Northeast Falls Creek, and we will bring the bylaw back to council shortly. And as mentioned, South Downtown is well underway for development of a similar agreement and project. So in conclusion, I really flew through this, but there's been a great deal of progress made on the city's low-carbon neighborhood energy strategy since it was adopted by council in 2012. And we will be returning to council with several reports over the next few months, beginning with the connection bylaw, which will reinforce the rezoning and ODP conditions that are already in place in Northeast Falls Creek, and much more to follow. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that update and comprehensive presentation on the state of play with our neighborhood energy strategy, Mr. Crow. So I've got 3 councillors with requests, with questions for you. Looks like our city manager is back and ready. Okay. Well, why don't we do these? We've got 3 questions on the queue. We'll do those and then we'll look at varying the agenda. Councillor Reimer, questions?
Thanks very much for the report, Mr. Crow. Can you tell us, to put it in context a bit, how this compares to other cities in Canada?
Many cities in Canada have interest in furthering neighborhood energy, but Vancouver is really leading the way, in my opinion, my humble opinion. When we constructed the Southeast Falls Creek system, that was the first modern low-carbon system really in North America, a new system. And it's the first system to use sewage heat recovery in North America and only the 3rd in the world. And that system really spawned the uptake by the local industry to expand their business models and engage with us on these low-carbon neighborhood energy projects. As you can see, our system is growing very rapidly, and there are huge opportunities developing quickly throughout the city.
So not a lot of Canadian context to compare to, but having just come from the World Congress of Mayors for Climate Action, I note there's a lot of international examples that we can compare to, Sweden being probably the first one to invest heavily in neighborhood energy, although interestingly, so early, I think they started investing in the 70s as a result of energy independence issues. They were having an oil crisis. So I'm guessing, learned a lot from them because our systems seem very similar to what they're presenting.
We have learned a lot from the Scandinavian countries. We shouldn't forget that Vancouver's had a neighborhood energy system with central heat for a long time, which was more like those initial Scandinavian systems. Ours is natural gas fired, but we learned a great deal from the Scandinavian transition from hydrocarbon-based to low-carbon systems, and did indeed model Southeast Falls Creek after the system in Oslo. The interesting thing is, internationally, Vancouver is now recognized as a leader in the modernization and facilitation of low-carbon neighborhood energy. We're actually chairing the C40 District Energy Working Group right now as a result of the progress we've been making here. So I'm quite proud of that, actually.
You deserve to be proud of that. In terms of that's on the sort of fuel side and the technology side. On the financing, the governance models, we have learned a lot from Sweden, from Norway, which are considered to have best practices, and we've emulated those in the governance and financing and ownership models.
That's correct. I mean, obviously governance is different everywhere, but what we've really learned from those places is the importance of policy level direction to facilitate these systems. It can't just be based on a natural slow evolution in the marketplace, but things like provincial carbon tax, city carbon goals, and then rezoning and development policies to secure loads are absolutely foundational for these systems.
So I know wood waste is always a bit of a trigger for people. I could see when you said it, there was a bit of tension in the room. Could you walk us through October 3rd, let's say, 2012, Council unanimously passed a set of guidelines which would allow wood waste to be used. And that was as a result of a stakeholder reference group that included folks like the Fraser Valley who have traditionally not in favor of things like wood burning, as well as local community groups. So can you walk us back through that history a bit?
Certainly. We knew that we had to address the issue of the technology and the various issues associated with that well in advance so that we could look at projects on an objective basis as they emerged. And so we did a very extensive consultation process to establish the Energy Center guidelines. And that involved some academia, some supporters and opponents from throughout the region, including Fraser Valley, and we got their perspectives and their values and established a set of guidelines around how to select fuels, how to ensure they're sustainable, how to ensure absolute protection of air quality and health, and how to fit these into neighborhoods. And those guidelines set out a hierarchy of priorities around things like fuel selection. For example, our first choice is always to use a waste fuel, not a new fuel, and to use fuel that's going to be sustainable over the long term and provide the maximum carbon benefits. And so there are very detailed ways to assess all of those aspects of an Energy Center proposal based on input and values from these key stakeholders. And they agreed unanimously that these were a very appropriate set of criteria to use as these projects come forward. And of course, one of the key ones continues to be neighborhood consultation, so that everybody is fully engaged and understanding and can provide their input onto their values for the projects.
So my memory was that the resiliency of the system will absolutely depend on a diversity of fuel sources. So it would be impossible to say that it would be any one. The Swedish graph was probably a good example of what our system might look like at build out.
If you look at it across the city, there will be a diversity of sources. For example, we are using sewage heat recovery in Southeast Falls Creek where it's a good fit, and where we have new hot water systems, we have many choices for fuels. And one of the key strategic and powerful aspects of neighborhood energy is that the centralization of the heat plant allows you to convert fuels at the wholesale scale, at the large scale, as technologies emerge. And that's virtually impossible to do building by building if you try to do just on-site solutions. So whereas wood waste is likely the most practical and available and environmentally appropriate fuel for the initial conversion for downtown, over time there could be many different fuels used and many generations where that changes over time.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Reimer. And Councillor Meggs is next.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Crow, you showed the slide of Sweden, which Councillor Reimers referred to. A huge share of their fuel supply is wood. And Councillor Reimers walked us back through the procedure that was used to select or consult with people on that front. But can you just give us the logic for why it makes sense to burn wood waste as opposed to LNG and these things? I mean, I don't think anybody argues anymore that getting off fossil fuels is a critical thing to do, but just in layperson's terms, why is it okay to burn wood when we're trying to get, when we're already doing LNG?
Well, in simplest terms, the wood is renewable, and by using waste wood, it's already in the environment producing greenhouse gases, and we either capture those through production of heat, or they simply go uncaptured to the environment and produce CO2 through the decay and emission of that wood, from that wood. So waste wood is much like sewage waste heat. It's a heat source that is available, it's prevalent in the region, and by using it to produce heat, we offset carbon production from non-renewable natural gas. And it's and it's CO2 that would be going to the environment anyway. So if you burn the gas, the wood waste produces its CO2, and the gas burning produces CO2, and you basically double the amount of CO2. And that's a gross oversimplification, of course, but conceptually that's what's going on. So if you can utilize the waste wood, you've offset all that CO2 production that would happen from non-renewable natural gas.
And then on the case of the air quality, which is crucial, of course, to neighborhood fit as well. I mean, I've had the chance, thanks to Metro Vancouver, to visit Sweden and see what they do there, and they use all kinds of things, but they use tons of waste wood as well. What is the performance in air quality terms of waste wood to, say, LNG burning to sewer heat? I mean, can you give us a rough rule of thumb?
Combustion technologies can all perform at essentially the same level now by using appropriate emission controls. Using waste wood is just as good as the newest natural gas technologies,
So
because
from
it's all about the downstream control.
From a
And
downtown resident standpoint, whether the plant is burning wood or natural gas, there'd be no air quality distinction they could make.
makes no difference. Both will meet all the criteria for air quality, and that's one of our fundamental principles in the Energy Center guidelines, is that they must meet strictest local requirements for air quality.
My last question is just one also that was explored a bit by Councillor Reimer, but is the supply of waste wood, which I think you're hinting or saying would come probably by rail, so the site that you would prefer to use does not have a traffic impact, because presumably we would receive this stuff by rail car. But is the BC forest industry already producing and exporting this? My understanding is that major forest companies are already producing for export to other countries the kind of fuel that we would use in this plant.
Yes, but first of all, the BC forest industry is producing and has huge international markets for wood as fuel, and Sweden is one of BC's biggest customers. So it's rather ironic we're sending so much overseas and not using a lot of it locally. But our first priority actually is to use material that is very local, like within Metro Vancouver, things like you know, the trimmings from sawmill ends, the clean waste wood from building construction that otherwise goes to waste, woody landscape debris. So very local, very limited transport requirements, and that might be supplemented by wood waste from the broader forest industry in BC over time. And the main issue is processing capacity, so that's why it would be processed at some local facility, but likely brought into the city by rail as the most effective, lowest impact.
Just one last one. None of your diagrams showed a service area in Falls Creek Flats, but my assumption is that the planning would support that, or we would expect that that would become a part of a district energy system, given that it's a brownfield redevelopment. And so the potential arrival of St. Paul's Hospital, hospitals are huge users of that high-level heat, would be part of that equation as well, presumably, because they're outside the service area now, as I noticed from your map.
They are outside the Northeast Falls Creek service area, but they're absolutely on the radar for the longer-term vision of serving the flats and any large high-density developments. There may even be a synergy opportunity to link plants, such as one at the hospital, with the downtown replacement system.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next is Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks so much for your report, Mr. Crow. Same line of questioning. My first question is really around that graph too, around the case study, Sweden. And I noticed that they had decreased the amount of coal, oil, and gas and increased the wood. Can you give us a sense of how much relative carbon emission come from those sources, notwithstanding your statement that the carbon would be emitted anyway if the wood was just left to rot, but just in terms of the burn, at the point of burn, does coal produce more than, I mean, people talk about this as the dirty fuel, coal produces more than oil, than gas, than wood, is that the order?
I have to admit I'm not a scientific expert in this field, but my understanding is that the hydrocarbons are the highest producers of CO2 for any given unit of heat. I can't speak to coal versus oil versus natural gas, but we do know that the pollution impacts beyond just carbon, you know, are highest with coal and lower with oil and lower yet with natural gas. But I think the carbon impacts are quite similar. We'd have to get back to you on that to be certain.
Okay, that would be good to know, I think, so we have a really solid understanding of what this switch means. And my second question along those lines is really, if we're aiming to be a zero carbon city, will we have to convert from the wood source at whatever point in time we are achieving zero carbon energy?
Possibly, or there may be ways that that's offset in other locations. But the key thing here is to create the strategic asset of the neighborhood scale systems, because that allows that kind of conversion over time. As I mentioned, if you have a central plant, you can adopt technologies as they emerge over time very readily at that plant. But if you stay with traditional distributed systems, it's virtually impossible to get the individual owners of all those buildings to convert those systems one by one. So the next step in the iteration of technology is to get roughly a 2/3 carbon reduction through these kind of fuel switches, which is, of course, a huge achievement. And ultimately, there might be another energy source brought on stream that eliminates that, or there may be other ways to offset that last portion.
Okay, great. So at least we can get 2/3, that's what you're saying. And to get the other third, we're going to have to be more innovative at some point in time. In terms of the locally sourced wood waste, have you got an estimate on how much you think of the total source, the total amount of wood that would be needed, in terms of wood waste that's needed, would come locally through trimmings, the mills, waste, etc.?
I don't have a precise estimate, but we do know from studies done at UBC during our Energy Center guideline development, and Creative Energy has been doing more work since, that there's an abundant supply of various types of local wood waste. Right now there are some constraints on the ability to transform that from raw wood waste to a fuel product, and we see that industry developing locally. So our concern is not with whether there's enough material, it's that we need, just as the utility industry has grown in capacity to construct and operate these systems, now the fuel industry is doing the same. And projects like this will actually provide the tipping point for that investment to create that production capacity locally.
And can you explain a bit for the public in particular how they will be informed of, have a role to play in terms of discussions in the actual transport of the wood waste? I mean, it's different than transporting gas, right? So how, what kind of impact would that have on neighborhoods, and what role will the public play in being informed and being participant in discussions, and also in the monitoring of the air quality?
So first, in terms of the transport, the Energy Center guidelines focus strongly on the neighborhood fit and the neighborhood impacts of heat plants. Now, in a case like the Children and Women's Hospital, if they embark on that kind of conversion, then that will be one of the primary issues of their neighborhood consultation, is transportation and managing the transportation of fuel, and of course air quality protection. Air quality itself is actually regulated by Metro Vancouver, but our guidelines reinforce that regulation and require all the optional aspects of the modeling and analysis of air quality impacts as mandatory requirements as part of the submission of a proposal for an energy center. Ultimately as well, of course, any energy center is subject to a development permit process, which has its own public opportunities for engagement and council input through rezoning and development processes that apply to any project in Vancouver.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Affleck.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of follow-up questions. The Councillor Carr kind of addressed the issue. So I'm understanding it will most likely be wood pellets. Is that what if we're burning wood, it'll be pellets as opposed to waste wood?
It's wood. It's typically not pelletized at this scale. It's more like chips, but it's a processed version of wood fuel. So it's uniform, clean, easily transported, and a blend of various types of waste wood, such as landscape waste and ends of timber and so on.
And most of this comes from out the interior? Where do we get this, a lot of this waste?
A lot of it comes from the lower mainland,
Yeah.
such as local mills, construction waste locally, disposed pallets, all those sorts of things. It's amazing how much wood right now goes to landfill, and the intention is to capture that and use it beneficially.
Can you remind me why we're choosing to have several locations for stations as opposed to saying just having one large one that might be more efficient and maybe perhaps cheaper to build? Why we're deciding on all these locations? Just remind me why we're doing that way.
Well, it's a matter of scale and the distribution piping. It's actually very expensive to build the distribution network that interconnects all of this. So if you have a neighborhood that's quite a distance away from a heat plant, it's more economical to build a satellite plant, such as the Southeast Falls Creek plant, than to provide a long pipeline extension to serve that neighborhood. But ultimately, they typically all interconnect. As the systems grow and get near to each other, they interconnect, and by having more than one plant, you have redundancy, you can use a diversity of fuel sources, and really optimize the system. But larger is often less expensive on a unit basis, so opportunities like the downtown conversion are probably the most economical and certainly can produce the highest carbon reductions in one step.
And this is a question I'm sure you've been asked, and I think I've asked, but just to remind me again also on this, in this province we have hydropower, a very successful way to create energy, very cheap, very clean. Really, is it, why not just work more with the hydro system and do a better job at working in that?
Excellent question, and absolutely hydropower is very low carbon, and that's one of the reasons why the Southeast Falls Creek energy system is very low carbon. But the use of hydropower to directly produce heat through things like electric baseboards is very inefficient, and it's actually a huge burden on the BC Hydro network. So BC Hydro is looking to us and other cities to take as much load, low-grade load, such as heat load, off the electricity grid as possible and use electricity as efficiently as possible, because they are, of course, maxed out on their hydro production capacity, and BC is a net importer of electricity, and most of our imported electricity is not clean hydropower. So as communities grow and we need more electrical supply, it's high carbon electricity, not low carbon electricity.
Downtown we have a steam system which is quite efficient, which is created through fuels, but could we not have looked at, in the case of steam energy or steam heat, using electricity to build a power source there?
No, it would take far too much electricity to produce that steam heat, and if you look at the Swedish example, they had electric boilers for a while. They've actually gone down dramatically because it's very expensive to use the quantity of electricity required to produce the heat, and again, it's offsetting higher grade uses of electricity, such as supplying electronics and electric vehicles and other things where you don't have the options of low grade fuels, such as heat recovery or wood waste or other green sources.
Two quick questions. One is location downtown. Where is the new facility? Will it be the same? I don't think it was in the presentation. Where will this facility be located downtown?
That was the slide showing that the city is holding the site on Industrial Avenue. So it's in Falls Creek Flats and would be interconnected to the downtown system. And that's just a tentative site, but it's one that we know is viable and is being used to develop the business case.
Close to potentially where the new hospital will be as well.
That's correct.
And then the final question is regarding if say a strata building or a building is built, can they opt out of this if they don't want to be a part of the system, or say several buildings say, you know what, I don't want to be a part of neighborhood energy or some other?
That depends where they're located. If they're in a new service area, typically the city is establishing connection bylaws that we engage with the developers prior to establishing those bylaws and then make it mandatory to be connected, because that's a critical factor to have the adequate load in place to de-risk the capital investment, the large capital investment, to create the system. In areas like in areas like downtown that's already served by the existing steam system with 200 buildings connected, it's optional whether additional buildings connect or not, because it's not as critical to establishing a new system.
But if a building, if I may just, Mr. Mayor, just one quick question, just if a building decides in technology, for example, with regards to solar power, and there's some interesting developments in that, if a tower decides, you know what, we want to have a solar power windows and do our own energy, we're going to say no to that?
In cases like solar hot water, which is very practical and affordable, that fits within the neighborhood energy strategy and actually can sell heat back into the grid. So there's a very symbiotic relationship. Those technologies don't currently provide anywhere near the total heat that's required, so their basic space heating would still be provided by the neighborhood system. And that would be part of the zoning in the neighborhood, as it already is in Northeast Falls Creek. And in the Cambie corridor, new buildings are required to be compatible for when a system is available.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Affleck. And I just had a couple of quick questions to finish this off, and then we'll look to going to the oil spill report. Vary the agenda to do that. We're talking about a number of different fuel options in the neighborhood energy strategy. You've mentioned the heat recovery from our sewer system that we use here in Southeast Falls Creek, the potential to use wood waste and other energy sources. So there's a diverse array of different fuels and energy sources that are contemplated in the strategy. That's my understanding from previous reports. Is that the latest?
That's correct, and that's particularly practical in all the new areas where we are building hot water distribution systems which operate at temperatures that can be supplied through things like heat pumps from sewage heat recovery or waste heat from other buildings such as a tech center which has a lot of computers, waste cooling heat, et cetera, et cetera. The challenge that we mentioned today was where we have a legacy steam system. You can use a variety of fuels, but you do need to use combustion to produce enough heat for those systems. But the overall strategy absolutely is to optimize based on location and need and what opportunities there are in each location to recover various waste heat sources and use a variety of them over time.
And my understanding is that we will also maintain flexibility. So when there is, Councillor Affleck says, if there's new technologies that emerge, we're able to adopt those. We're not stuck with a dinosaur technology at these plants, but they're designed to be flexible and be able to brace new technology?
Yes. I mean, first of all, the plant itself wants to be able to use as many fuels as possible to take advantage of economic cycles. And the whole concept of district energy, the largest value in the district energy system or neighborhood energy system is actually the pipeline network, and that is independent of fuel. So you can add, for example, a sewage heat recovery plant in a new neighborhood with a hot water plant distribution network, and then decide later that, oh, here's a tech center being built that's going to have a lot of surplus heat from their on-site cooling. You can feed that into the network. So the strategic asset and the elegance of neighborhood energy is that you have this distribution network that you can plug and play different heat sources into.
Right, and that's so the ultimate commodity here is the hot water. That's the infrastructure to move that hot water around the city through the buildings and use different energy sources to heat it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Really appreciate the update and the leading edge work that we're doing on this front, and we'll look forward to the reports coming forward in the months ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crow, and thanks to the team working on the neighborhood energy front. Okay, I am going to ask for a motion to vary the agenda so we hear from our city manager and deputy city manager on the oil spill. Councillor Stevenson will move to vary to put the report for the oil spill next on the agenda, and then go back to the third Cambie corridor phase 3 scope of work. All those in favor? Any opposed? Unopposed? That carries. So we go to our report, an update on the recent English Bay oil spill. Dr. Ballum.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. Penny Ballum, the City Manager. So what I'd like to do is just take you through at a fairly high level the events of the last 6 days. This is very much a very fluid environment, and I've come back from the Unified Command down at the port this morning, and so some of what's in the PowerPoint is already a bit out of date. But I think the most important thing is to give you a sense of sort of the high-level issues, what we've learned so far. There's a lot more for us all to learn about the response to events like this, and to really just open it up for you to ask us any questions you might have. So I think this spill started in English Bay. I think many people have noted that there have obviously always been cargo ships and tankers anchored in English Bay, and the numbers over the last couple of years have increased significantly. We know port traffic generally has increased very significantly over the last 5 years. And the source of the spill, that took a while to determine, but it is a new ship. It's the Marathasa. I'll talk to you a little bit about where it's licensed and what flag it flies and that sort of thing. It's a grain carrier. It's a brand new ship. This was its maiden voyage. It came out of Korea in the middle of March. Flies a Cyprus flag, registered Limassol, and it's managed by a Greek shipping company. So therein lies one of the complexities of international shipping, and part of the challenge for all levels of government and the industry in general for the accountability for these kinds of events and how we recover resources and funds. And it explains some of the structures that have been set up over the last few years by the shipping industry in general, and in some cases some things specific to the oil shipping industry that try and to some in some ways mitigate this so that you're not chasing after 6 different organizations and governments to try and deal with these issues and get the accountability. So I've been asked many times, well, how big was the spill, and how big was the source, and how did it all happen? And I think really it's fair to say that a lot of the details I've been in, and our staff have been involved in many hours of discussions over the last few days. And I think it's fair to say that in the first 24 hours, the Coast Guard said this spill was 2,700 liters. But I think since that time, there has been more uncertainty about just how big it is. But I think suffice it to say, this was not a big spill. In Burrard Inlet and in our harbor over the last 20 years, we have had a number of spills of oil, bunker oil specifically, and canola oil, interestingly enough. And those have been in the tens of thousands of liters. So this is a small spill by comparison. And I think that's important as we walk through our response to it. So we have no official exactitude on how big the spill. We believe that Transport Canada, with help from the Coast Guard, have determined the cause of the spill. It is bunker oil that was spilled. It was somehow got through a valve that was either misconnected or misdirected, or leaking, and it spilled out through an opening in the ship that was supposed to be there. It wasn't a break in the hull, and that is now controlled. But in fact, even as of today, when it was felt that all the oil on the water, had been recovered to the extent that it could be, yesterday morning I was told that there was some oil sitting under the hull of the ship that had previously not been noted. I think we're not sure whether it had always been there or whether it came out since the original spill. That still remains underneath the ship. The surface area of that is about 40 square meters, and the recovery crews are working to try and basically bring that out from under the ship and bring it up to within the boom that is around the ship so that then it can be recovered. So there is still work underway to recover oil from the water in and around the ship to actually clean off the surface of the ship, because for any of you who've seen pictures, there's a bathtub ring on that ship that's very significant, and it's quite toxic, and it has to be cleaned off. And so that's one of the endpoints that we'll be looking to. And then the cleanup on the shoreline. So those are the main 3 elements of recovery and cleanup that have been going on. So just a little bit about Bunker C. Bunker C fuel is a fuel that is the a sort of gasoline, so to speak, of just about all freighters and oil carriers, any cargo ship on this, you know, that's in operation. It's a nasty kind of fuel. It's the bottom of the fractionation column of oil, and thus it's more toxic. It's heavy. It's very viscous. And it has characteristics that are quite different from diesel fuel and gasoline. So when you spill diesel fuel or gasoline on the water, it evaporates quite quickly, whereas bunker C is very viscous, and it forms globules, and it actually gets carried in balls around and about and quite distant, as you'll see, within quite a short period of time. And then it comes to rest often on the shallow waters where it's washed up ashore, and it's in the sort of intermediate zone of above the tide line, at the tide line, and you know, at the low water tide mark. How much gets on the seabed itself, depending on the depth, we're still trying to determine that, and there's testing underway of both the seabed around the ship, where the biggest amount of spill was, on the shorelines, and of the sediment in relation to the foreshore, and obviously at the surface level. So I'll come back to that. So as you can see in this slide, the oil, this kind of oil, bunker oil and globules of oil, can be carried hundreds of miles. And in fact, the farthest point that we found oil on the shore is actually at New Brighton Beach. And that was discovered 2 mornings ago by our park rangers. And so that's approximately 12 kilometers from the source of the spill. So, you know, you can see from some of the mapping that was done from the aerial surveillance that the spill spread out across the inlet and through the first narrows and into the harbor and along the shoreline all the way to second narrows. And we're still making sure that it hasn't gone beyond that to foreshore east of those areas. So there has been a great deal of discussion around how did this come to the awareness of the responsible parties, and, you know, there were delays. And you know, I think really, Council, there are a number of stories. There was an official timeline that was put out by the Coast Guard that I'll walk you through. What we do know is that there was an individual on a recreational ship or a sailboat who came in, was heading into False Creek on Wednesday night, and about 5 p.m. it was still light. He observed what was clearly, to his recognition, an oil spill. It wasn't just a slick, because often we get slicks. You know, if you have a little bit of spill from an outboard engine or a big ship, or we often get slick that looks like that vapor that everybody's seen from their recreational motorboat on the water. He was very clear. There were globules of oil that he could actually identify, and he phoned. They're usually, the usual way boaters are asked to report these things is on their VHF 16 channel, which is hooked up directly to the Coast Guard. And that's the channel usually used for search and rescue and other marine events. In this case, this individual actually phoned 911, and they connected him up with the Coast Guard. In fact, the Coast Guard called him back, and he explained the situation. And he stayed out on the water for another 3 hours. And what we do know is that a Port Metro Vancouver boat was dispatched by the Coast Guard from the harbor to go out and inspect. And on the basis of the information back from them, the Coast Guard put on standby the recovery organization, which I'll talk to you, and eventually they were actually deployed and then went on to start to put in place all the equipment that needed to be done to contain the spill. So we do have the person who first observed it that was actually out in the water for 3 hours observing what was going on, and at about 8 o'clock it started to get dark. And you know, the Coast Guard, to his acknowledgement, hadn't actually arrived on the scene by 1950 hours. Now, the official timeline that the Coast Guard has walked us through is that they did get the call at 5:10, so that would have been the call from that boater. They dispatched a Port Metro boat, as I've indicated. At 6 o'clock, so about an hour later, they alerted Western Canada Marine Response Corporation, which is a corporation that is actually contracted to be available and on standby all the way up and down our coast and down into Washington State for recovery of oil spills in our marine environment. They were officially activated at 8 o'clock, so that's 3 hours after the call-in. And at 10 o'clock, the Coast Guard actually called VPD. And this is where the confusion is, was the city notified? And what happened in that call? That was a call in to request information from VPD. Have you heard any other notification of any oil around or any spills? And the answer to that was no. The VPD hadn't received any notification, and that was the end of the discussion. So just to clarify for you, and the Coast Guard are aware of this, and we have this fully documented, that the call that VPD got was actually a question to them, and it wasn't a notification that there had been a significant spill. And then it wasn't until after 5 in the morning that actually the city got a call through a more informal connection with a staff member in WCMRC who notified one of our emergency management staff that this had happened, that there was a spill. And within that hour, I was notified, the deputy city manager was notified, he notified me. We then mobilized our whole emergency operations center and our policy team as quickly as possible and notified our neighboring municipalities on the North Shore. Our understanding is that the boom was secured around the vessel at 5:53 in the morning, and at 9:17 we were starting to get social media reports that there was oil on the beach down at English Bay. And you know, by that time there was a significant amount of concern and lots of social media and phone calls, and I think a note had gone out to commissioners at the park board, and Commissioner Cooper had been briefed, and I had contacted the mayor and briefed him, and you know, clearly the city was waking up, and so our decision was to actually go out and actually talk to the press and give them whatever information we had, which was not extensive, but at least it allowed them to know that we were activated, that the port was activated, and that the Unified Command was set up down at Port Metro Vancouver. And so, you know, on it goes. You know, it has been pretty much a 24/7 operation of both our Emergency Operations Center and our group that was the part of the Unified Command down at the very tip of the sort of Four Sails building at Port Metro Vancouver. And we have been working there, you know, doing our part in ensuring that there is, you know, the best recovery possible from this event. So this is a map that's called a situational map, and these things are generated on a regular basis to identify different things. So you can see on this map that the purple is actually the track of the oil. This would have been sort of probably from Sunday morning, Sunday or Monday, where we know that the oil had tracked all the way, as you can see, across to North Vancouver, through the First Narrows, into the Inner Harbour, and some activity in and around the sort of northern shore of the Inner Harbour. And then the black dots around the shoreline indicate where we identified oil on the beaches. So we were very lucky due to the tidal currents, the wind, which was not a dramatic issue, but just the way the tidal movements happen. When you have a spill like this, in fact, our Point Grey beaches are actually reasonably well protected unless you have a wind blowing out of the north to the south. And the natural tendency in fairly calm weather conditions is for things to go over toward the North Shore and then into, with the tidal movements, through the inner, through the First Narrows into the Inner Harbour. And that's exactly what happened. So the beaches where we found tar, where those black things are all English Bay, Sunset Beach, 2nd, 3rd Beach, and then out toward the point of Stanley Park at Siwash Rock was probably our worst contamination. And on the North Shore, Sandy Cove, and their beaches east of Sandy Cove. To our understanding, we still haven't found anything east of the Lions Gate Bridge on either the North Shore or the South Shore. This is, as you may have noticed, there were a number of Coast Guard and Transport Canada and Ministry of Department of Environment Canada. It's not quite sure who owns all these aerial equipment, but there was a helicopter and there was a fixed wing red Coast Guard airplane that was a airplane that was designed to go out and collect data from from the air, and then the helicopter was really just for visual inspection, and they made multiple flights a day to kind of track things and keep an eye on where work crews were active and that sort of thing. I had the opportunity to go up on one of those overflights, and I think it's fair to say that it's you get a good sort of global view of what's going on. It's very hard to see any detail, and you certainly can't identify any sort of minimal contamination of the shoreline from that kind of oversight. So a lot of work is done to actually walk around the shoreline, inspect it, bring people who have biologic and environmental expertise, as well as people who may not have that expertise but are familiar, like our park rangers with the beaches, who will observe changes that they note in areas where they're very familiar with. So we've talked before at Council about the complexity of the different roles for the marine and the foreshore environment, and all the different levels of accountability. So this slide, if you go to the far left of it, you can see the ship on the water and number one. And number one, essentially, the responsible party for events that happen on the water, and specifically a spill incident, is the Canadian Coast Guard, CCG. And so therefore, their task when this happened was to set up a command. And the secondary accountability is the Western Canada Marine Response Corporation. And their job is to actually work for the Coast Guard and ultimately the responsible owner to clean up the spill. And they clean it up on the water, and they're responsible for organizing cleanup on the foreshore as well. And so that's what's really important. There's a contracted agency, and we have to make sure as a municipality, and this is a lot of the work that the municipal governments were doing, is to make sure that they're listening to us, that we've actually done a cross-check of their observations on our foreshore and agree with what they've seen and what they're to clean up, and that we continue to cross-check that. And if and when appropriate, that we get our own experts in to give us an opinion that may have, that may be a bit different from the conclusions reached either by the Coast Guard or the Ministry of Environment or Western Canada Marine Response. Number two is, the Western Canada Marine Response that I've talked a little bit about. Number three, which is on the shore, we have Canadian Wildlife Services that are responsible for wildlife response. And number four is the city. And the city and these different agencies share responsibility for the foreshore in the event of a spill. And so that's the reason for what's called a unified command. Because a unified command is, rather than just one group responsible and organizing everything, there are multiple jurisdictions, so you have to bring into the organization that's creating the plan and giving direction and allocating resources to the recovery. It by necessity involves a number of different agencies. So in this case, around that table were the Coast Guard, Western Canada Marine Recovery, Canadian Wildlife Services, the cities of Vancouver and West Vancouver, and then the Ministry of Environment for the province of BC was also, a key player at the table. There are many other agencies that are involved, but the key people that are involved in Unified Command are those ones I've described. So just a little bit about WCMRC. As I said, they're privately owned. They're funded by the industry. So this is to a significant extent a self-insurance scheme that the industry have put together. And some of these organizations that actually are responsible for funding recovery are international, and many, many different shipping companies actually belong to them. So you can see that there are 12,000 ship owner members of WCMRC, so that they work for the consortium of ship owners on their behalf. And in fact, that's a good thing, because what it does is consolidate in one group the ability to build expertise and expectations. And, we're not dealing with, 2,000 different recovery organizations that may or may not have the appropriate expertise. WCMRC is responsible for 27,000 kilometers of BC shoreline. They have 28 response vessels. They deployed, I think, probably in the range of 6 or 7 different kinds of vessels over the last few days. They have 24 full-time staff, which when you sort of spread across the shoreline, you can see that by necessity, they're moving people around up and down the coast. And they do, obviously, their job is to, you know, do the recovery on everybody's behalf. And so they do train, and they have some very sophisticated equipment and do deployment exercises. And it's one of the things that the city, you know, as we look at our preparedness, it's clear that both the Coast Guard and WCMRC are two groups that we need to do more work with and develop relationships with, so that we know them, you know, even better than we know them now. And we have an understanding of, you know, what are their plans for deployment. And I think in the debrief and the deconstruction of this, there's lots of questions that we're going to have, and probably lots of benchmarks that we're going to want to have a look at to see, was this response adequate, particularly in view of the timing issues. This is just a picture of a boom. You know, a boom is just an inflated tire, really. It's a big tire that you can wrap around. You have usually a boat at either end of the boom, and you wrap it around where you can see the oil is sitting on the water, and that then allows you to contain it, because early on in the event, the oil does sit much nearer the surface and on the surface. And so you want to get at it when it's on the surface, because then you can skim it off and you can suck it off. And they have some pretty sophisticated equipment to actually do that. So we've been asked, well, like, what is the city's role? It's very clear we are not responsible for identifying these issues, for responding to them, for contracting parties to clean up that. That's all within the purview of the Coast Guard and WCMRC. But our job really is to represent the public interest and the interests of our citizens, which is, you know, what do we know about the impact that we have had on our municipality? And it's not just on our foreshores and our water and within our jurisdiction, and our wildlife and our environment. It's also on our economy, on our reputation, on the brand of our city, and, you know, frankly, on the public confidence in, you know, are we managing and have we got, you know, our clarity around what our expectations are around these kinds of responses. And that's, I think, you know, having been through many different multi-jurisdictional public emergencies over, you know, many years, that's always the tension, is that if you're not in charge of it and you don't have the resources to do the response, it's a very challenging role to always be the group asking questions, driving for a better result, more information, more clarity, more speed. And really that's our role. And I just want to recognize the staff, both at our EOC and who have been down at the Unified Command, that it takes, you know, a lot of firmness and courage to stand up and, you know, say, we don't think this is good enough. We'd like to ask these questions. We like this information. And I think with you know, in regards to the Coast Guard leaders that we've been working with, they have been very responsive, and I think they've created a mutual respect that recognizes our right and the appropriateness of us doing that. And there has been an environment where we have been able to do that. So that's our first job, is to make sure as a member of Unified Command that we're getting our questions answered, we're getting the kinds of things done that we think are critical, and that, you know, our experts are feeding into us around what kinds of things we should be asking for. We also activated our EOC, which is distant from Unified Command, and that's really their job, is to organize our city staff. So we have to get, you know, the beaches closed off and the public informed. You know, that gets organized through EOC. If we have to have our own staff monitoring different things, putting fencing around birds that have been impacted, you know, taking care of contaminated towels and stuff that need to be, you know, dealt with in a safe manner in terms of the biohazard that they represent, to get that organized through our sanitation services. So we had people from across our organization working in the EOC over the last few days, organizing these things in terms of operations, and also tracking our resource expenditure, making sure we had appropriate things for any legal issues that may arise in the future, and just getting a rope around all those kinds of things. Communicating with the public and managing volunteers is really a critical thing, and I'm not sure what my next slide is. It's not the volunteers, but yeah, there's the volunteers. So, you know, we have had an outpouring of A, concern, B, a desire to help in whatever way possible from people from across the city, and I assume some from the region. And up to yesterday, there were over 4,000 what's called convergent volunteers who just come on the scene or phone in and say, how can I help? A really critical resource in a big event. In this event, what was very clear that the recovery that had to go on our beaches was fairly limited. It was highly technical. And we took the direction from the Coast Guard and the Ministry of Environment and Environment Canada that their decision was that they were going to have professionals clean that up, and they felt that the time frame to train volunteers and make sure they were safe and not exposed to the oil, which is toxic, would take more time, was more of a risk. So that was the decision we went with. And so, essentially we are working with these convergent volunteers through social media and email, because we've asked them to register with us for two things. One, to be our ongoing eyes on the shore, because it's certainly possible that an oil ball could roll up on another beach over the coming days to weeks. So to get them involved in that, and also to funnel them into our Vancouver Volunteer Corps, which is actually an organized corps of volunteers that have quite a lot of training for a broad array of different emergencies. And they were mobilized and used to help support the recovery crews on the beaches, to help walk with what's called the SCAT teams who were surveying damage to the foreshore. We also engaged experts, and this is one of the things that I think we would like to see go better next time. We have, as you can see, a very impressive list of people that we've been working with over the last year who have been giving us advice around our work around the NEB hearings, around our preparation for an oil spill. They're very talented scientists. Many of them are local and obviously also concerned about their city. And they have been hugely helpful to us over the last few days. Getting them into the official channel to inform Unified Command and be a bit of a cross-check around the scientists that are involved with the WCMRC and their contracted agencies has probably not gone and been structured as well as we'd like to see it, but that remains a work in progress. So I've talked about the distribution of oil, and specifically we have a number of beaches where we have had to have recovery undertaken. Crab Beach down in the port area. New Brighton Beach, as I've mentioned, which for those of you, remember, it's in the far eastern section of the city. It's our last recreational beach in the city before you hit the Second Narrows and Burnaby. Stanley Park and English Bay, as I said, are the places where we had the earliest involvement. Probably Siwash Rock had the most extensive involvement of any of our foreshore, and that's because of the narrows and the currents that are involved there. And it's also, it's very, very rocky, as you know. There really isn't a beach there, and so it's a harder one to get at and to clean up. And then there were a number of North Shore beaches that were involved. And I just want to say that, we have great relationships with our municipal colleagues. The municipalities, mainly West Vancouver and the City of Vancouver, have shared our biologists, our environmental scientists. We've shared everything to make sure that we have a coherent message coming into the Unified Command. It's been a terrific team effort on behalf of the municipalities involved, and North Shore also activated their joint EOC that serves all the District of North Van, the City of North Van, and the City of West Van. So just a couple of pictures around beach cleanup. These are folks working at Siwash Rock, and you can see there's a picture of one of our NEAT volunteer corps members, the Neighbourhood Emergency Assistance Team. So these are volunteers, part of our corps, getting more and better trained in all kinds of different skills that we're going to need in any emergency, whether it's an oil spill or an earthquake or a major power outage or whatever. Obviously, involvement of wildlife is something that's of a concern. Nick Page from the Park Board is by far and away our most skilled and expert on this, and he has been working with the Canadian Wildlife Group, who have taken responsibility. There is a wildlife shelter out in Burnaby that has been caring for the birds. That function was yesterday transferred to HMSC Discovery, which is federal government land. And there are 3 to 4 birds in care right now who are being decontaminated. and helping to recover. And then we have somewhere between 10 to 20 impacted birds at Vanier Park who we have tried to protect with a fence so they're not vulnerable to dogs or the public. And they will slowly but surely, as you can capture them, basically taken in for the full rehabilitation and cleaning, which is pretty traumatic, I understand. So we're very lucky that this is given the extent of damage that can be done in a major oil spill, it's a very small number of birds, but there is a lot of due diligence being taken to look after them. So those are the numbers up there. Now, the environmental impact is something that's really important now and over the long term, and a few things that have been a learning for us. There's a lot of routine sampling done in the waters around the city, and what is becoming clear that becomes the baseline so that you measure from there any changes that could be possibly attributed to an oil spill over time. So there is a sampling function that's undertaken by Unified Command, and the municipalities have also decided that we will run our own parallel sampling. It ensures that we have access to that data, that we can hold that data, because as the legal issues start to ramp up, because there is a ship that's responsible, there will be a prosecution of that ship for this accident. And I think we know that once we get into those kinds of things, sometimes information becomes harder to get. So on this thing, we wanted to have the information at hand so that we can ensure that the going forward plan, which will monitor the impact of the spill over the coming months to years, that we've got a good data set to start from to make sure we know what we think is important. So you basically sample surface water in various places that are likely to be impacted. You sample below the surface, sort of down to sort of an arm's length. And then there is some sediment sampling that's really important around the beaches and where mussels and clams reside and where a lot of the plankton is for fish that's important in the life cycle of our salmon and other fish. And then, there's sampling done on the seabed, which is much more difficult, much more expensive, and we're not doing that. We're going to depend on the work that's being done currently by the Coast Guard and Unified Command on that aspect of things. But as we go forward, I should mention, we have had First Nations communities working with us as well. The Squamish and the Tsleil-Waututh have been with us from the very beginning, as well as the other municipalities, and they are part of the consortium that is representing the local interests who will be living over time with the impact of this environmental event. So this is one of the areas that is of concern to us, and it's something that we've raised with Unified Command and with the Coast Guard, and that is some of the, it's like in any area where there's a lot of specialized expertise, you've got agencies with two hats, and in this case, the responsible party now, as of Saturday morning, is the ship. And the ship owner. And they assign an agent to be actually in the room at Unified Command and taking charge of the local situation and making decisions with the rest of the parties. They've actually hired Polaris, which is a global environmental science company with a lot of expertise, but they've hired them both as their agent, and then their agent has contracted their own organization to do the environmental assessment. So in part, that's probably related to the fact that they probably have the best expertise. But the conflict is very obvious. We've raised that. It is of concern. Ideally, that's something that it's done right now. It's something that we'll have to address as things move forward. And that's part of the issue that I think for any government involved in these things and who is responsible for the long-term impact, it's ensuring that not everything is devolved to the industry involved. They obviously have different interests. Some of our interests clearly coalesce, but others are distinct. And I think one of the things as we go forward as we demobilize Unified Command and go to a longer term project, which is what it's called, we want to make sure that there is a government agency that's involved that is actually monitoring this from the public interest perspective. We will obviously be involved in that, but it has to be one of the ones that have statutory accountability for the impact of a spill like this. So that's one of the things that we're going to be sure on, that it's not just outsourced totally to the private sector. So a lot of people have asked the questions about funding and, you know, where is the recovery for this bill? There are two main areas that the city would have a chance to recover its costs. That one is from the liability insurance of the ship owner, and there's a $28 million cap on that. And the second thing is the Canadian Ship Source Oil Pollution Fund, which is accessible if the ship owner's contributions are run out of steam and there's still more claims that are legitimate that need to be made. We have involved our lawyers. The lawyers are starting to appear on the scene now. And we've brought our own lawyers, and we've actually we've brought in some external legal counsel because we're not experts in marine law, and it's very, very complex. There's many international treaties that are going to impact on this, and so as of yesterday, I gave the authority for us to bring an expert in to help inform our city staff. And we have work underway by finance to make sure we've captured all our different costs and laid them out in a way that can then be transformed into submissions for repayment. And I think, let's be clear, that is always, these are insurance funds, and you know, that's not going to, there's no guarantees that we'll get every nickel that we've spent, but you know, we need to be organized and put forward our story to optimize all of our recovery of what we've spent. So just communications, and I think that, as you well know, Council, you know, the public have a really legitimate and significant need for information, and it can't just go out once. It has to be iterative, and we have to keep them informed as events change. And we were getting better at that all the time, and in the discussions that I've had with the Coast Guard, they give 2 media briefings a day, and that started on Saturday. It took a little bit of a while for them to get out and talk to the media about some of the technical information that they had at hand. But the city, I think, did a really good job filling that gap in those first 12 hours, and then continuing to wrap around their twice daily technical briefings that they're doing for the media out at Unified Command. And we're using, you know, broadcasts through the city to keep our own staff informed, emails, Twitter, face-to-face, Facebook, our big Facebook sites. Obviously, we're doing a lot of work with the media. There have been a number of press briefings and briefings by the mayor and Commissioner Cooper to the press. So both, you know, we're using every channel possible to make sure that both the media and our broad public, our converging volunteers, our own staff have, you know, updated information. So, you know, just a few stats. I think as of yesterday, we had about 31 media calls coming directly into the city. As the Coast Guard got their routine briefings up and running, there was less need for the media to call us about technical information because they knew where they would get that information and on a regular basis. We've sent out some information bulletins, media advisories, and we've been in communication with all of you. Facebook has been a really important place for people to come and look at what's going on, and we figure we've reached about 370,000 people plus through our Facebook page and gained some followers and had lots of sharings. And I think as we've learned, the Twitter aspect of social media is an incredibly powerful tool. And, you know, this is where the most rapid turnaround of information can happen, and it's clearly, these stats certainly signify that's a way that we've been able to get information out very, very quickly. We also did a survey yesterday. We went out to our Talk Vancouver platform just to get a bit of a sense of, you know, how are people feeling about where they're getting their information from. And we've had 725 people come back to us already, which is, I think, remarkable. In a one-day question going out, that's a powerful number of people to be able to mobilize and get these questions answered. So to the question, are you aware that there has been a fuel spill? 99%. So I think we really got broad coverage of this. 81% of the media, feel that the information sources that, people were asked what information sources did they use to get themselves updated. So just over 80% use the media, about 40% City of Vancouver information flows, lots of people using same content on social media, and then information coming out of the port, the province, federal government, and others, much less significant. So I think what it shows us is that it's important for us to get out there. We can wrap around the briefing that, comes out of organizations like the Coast Guard, and if we're working really closely with the media and giving them information, they're a very powerful, obviously, source of information. So I think this helps us on very much a real-time basis understand how we're doing and where we need to improve and ramp up our communications. So I'm going to stop there and just really summarize, really from a high level. This was a small spill. There's no doubt about it. We don't know exactly how many liters, but there have been spills over the years that have been much larger in our area over the last 20 years. And the weather was very favorable. Little in the way of wind. We had a little bit of rain yesterday, but in fact, in the first few days, we were able to, there were no real significant weather impediments that could have gotten in the way of an optimal response. There are about by our estimation, about 6 kilometers of beachfront that have been impacted and that are underway, having been assessed and recovered, and we're now in the process of trying to clear those beaches and then sign off that they can now be opened back up and the public able to use them in the usual way. I would say a fairly limited impact on wildlife, but not insignificant. Impact on fishery, that's an issue that we do have some concerns about. I think that has been a bit of a slow pickup, and we're going to make sure that that's a fundamental part, because that's an area where you have to monitor over the long term, because the cycles and how it impacts and gets in the food chain can be quite a way down the road that you start to notice things. So that's a place where our sediment testing that we're undertaking yesterday and today, and the beach and the water testing will be very important. Obviously, we formed some really critical new relationships. We've done a lot of work with the port, and over the last 6 years, with the work that Sadhu, as the deputy city manager in charge of emergency management, he's done a great job, across our organization, cleaning up our relationship with the port, closing files, getting clarification of things we need to do together and where we need to transact. But we've had very, very little interaction with our Coast Guard. We have, very senior level relationships with Transport Canada, and those have been strengthened. We have very little contact with Environment Canada. And the Ministry of Environment, our biologists and our emergency management people work with them fairly regularly, and I think, up the senior level of our organization and the park boards staff that are involved in, these important parks and beach assets, I think we've strengthened those. And that, if there's anything that's really critical to optimize a response, you have to have good relationships. You've got to be able to have the hard discussion, push back, give a hug, do everything that's necessary to keep a coherent and really ideal public interest focused response on these emergencies. We have lots of questions that are unanswered. We have a lot of debriefing and deconstruction to do. Lots of those things have been aired in the media, notification protocols, timing, benchmarks for a proper, what we think is an appropriate response to even a small spill. How do you measure quantities? What kind of methodologies are being used that were published? There's many different things. And there's certainly structures that we and in our discussions with other municipalities and First Nations, we have work where we could do a much better job structuring how we show our needs that would actually help, more timely decisions and more coherent discussions happen. But I think there's a lot of work to be done. If this had been a major spill, I think we're all concerned that we would not be in the position that we are right now with this really very small spill. We will continue, due to the nature of Bunker C, we believe there will still be episodes where we'll have globules of oil washed up on the shore. And, the most important thing right now, aside from finishing off the recovery, is actually a long-term plan for monitoring and ongoing assessment, environmental impact, and cleanup of any ongoing impacts that may hit our shores. I'm going to stop there, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ballum, for that very comprehensive update with the latest information for council and for media, members of the public. Much appreciated hearing it directly this morning. So I've got a number of councillors on the queue here, and I'm going to lead off with some questions first of all. And I want to acknowledge our Park Board Chair, John Cooper, is here, and Park Board Commissioner Catherine Evans as well. And thank you for being here and for your work on the front lines as well. I know with Madam City Manager, Chair Cooper and Councillor Meggs were on the beach that first morning within a very short time of the city being notified and immediately giving what information we could glean in those early hours to members of the public and media. And that, I mean, coming back to that initial piece around communication and notification, obviously when people saw photographs on Thursday morning of oil on the water in English Bay, there was an immediate heart-wrenching reaction across the whole city, a disbelief and I think shock that there'd been a spill and a lot of questions about what had happened, how extensive was it, and what, first and foremost, what were the cleanup efforts? And there was quite a lag time through that first day of any substantive information from the Coast Guard. My understanding is it was almost 24 hours before there was any kind of comprehensive report, public report from the Coast Guard after the spill was first reported. Is that about right?
There was a phone call around table for the media that was provided at about noon, 11 o'clock, between 11 o'clock and noon on Thursday morning. And then, but there was the extensive technical briefing was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
On Thursday afternoon, yeah.
On Thursday afternoon, yeah.
And that's, you know, if we go back to the majority members of this council, almost 5 years ago, in the summer of 2010, we had real concerns about ship traffic and particularly oil tankers in the harbor. We had a special council meeting to understand what the readiness was to respond, how the communications would work. That prompted a motion that summer to really communicate our concerns to the federal government and the province on the gaps for response and communications, and specifically on those communications. As I think very few people in Vancouver knew, there were oil tankers transiting the harbor and that there was risk of a spill. And the response measures were obviously not in place from the public meeting that we had then. So it is a big concern when it's been almost 5 years and when a small spill happens, that there is that big hiccup in the initial 24 hours with communication and the public not being clear what's taken place. Is your sense that with the partners all coming together over the past few days, that those issues around communications are being addressed, that we now know how to deal with this going forward, and those protocols are in place should this happen tomorrow or in the near future?
Yes, I think, and there is a protocol in place, and it involves the Coast Guard and EMBC, and a fan out from there. Whether that needs to change is something that we're going to discuss and make sure that, you know, either the Coast Guard informs the municipality. I think that from what I understand of the expectation is that, you know, because if you look at our municipality, there are, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, upwards of 7 or 8 municipalities that actually are on the waterway. And I think in fairness to the Coast Guard, their job is to respond and recover. And there needs to be a better way to notify the municipality so that they don't spend a whole bunch of time on the phone or through whatever mechanism. So I think probably the existing protocol is not inappropriate. We just need to have a really clear discussion about that has to work. And whether it's a little issue or a big issue, it needs to work, and it needs to use not only the telephone but some other modern technology that, For example, the city's put in place an automatic fan out that one person can activate, and all of the phones of senior management, their cell phones, their landlines, and any other phone that they may be at actually ring, and you're told to get on a conference call. So, there's a lot of technology that could be used that would really optimize and make these things easy. And so that's something that everybody is for sure. Roger Girard from the Coast Guard has really been great and very much acknowledges that, and that will get sorted out.
Yeah, I think it's that challenge that the city is generally expected to be the first to respond, certainly to major incidents that happen here. We've seen that as recently as the fire on the port, where the city's first on it and responding to media, communicating, setting up our emergency operations center, and yet we don't always have responsibility. In this case, on the water, the Coast Guard was responsible, but people still look to the city for updates and clarity on what's happening and some coordination around the city response. Maybe just to shift to the state we're in currently, what is most concerning about what we don't know? There's still, you mentioned there are unknowns, oil in the water in particular as being a big unknown. What do you see as the highest risk unknowns right now that the public should be aware of?
I think there's a real concern that we have a sense of how much oil did come out, and that that's a complex issue because it came out of a tank and there were 5 tanks, and there's a lot of lack of clarity, and those are things that Transport Canada has the jurisdiction to sort through, and they're doing a full investigation, and that information I would say is on the slow side to get out to us. I think the other thing that did concern us is that there's not a lot of things this could have been, and the notion that we didn't know that it was Bunker C until I think 48 hours later. It does have to be tested. I'm not certain exactly where it was sent to be tested and identified, but I think that it would be really appropriate to know as quickly as possible, what is, even more than how big is it, but what is the substance, and therefore what do we need to prepare for in terms of planning for our recovery. So those are 2 things. I think that the environmental impact and the different testing that's going on, and the fact that it needs to be planned through to the future, that's a critical issue for us. And I think really it's what are the different procedures, and of some concern obviously is are we going to get recovery our resources that we've had to commit to this. That's a concern, but that's not a public safety concern. So really, what is the material? How quickly should we have known that? How quickly, can you expect, what is the international benchmark for our response? If it's bunker oil, it's very toxic. And so whether it's big or little, it has to be a rapid deployment of resources. And what arrangements are going to be made, and when we establish what is the appropriate time frame to make sure that actually can happen. These are the kinds of things that I think are of great concern to us. And I don't know whether Deputy City Manager has any other things, Sadi, you want to add to that?
Maybe I'll just add, Mr. Mayor, Dr. Ballum mentioned the submergence question, how much of the oil might have gone below the surface. So we really want to understand that and how much might continue to come up on our shores and for what period of time, and what's the system by which a resident that sees it can call a number and have it cleaned up immediately so people aren't exposed to it. So those pieces that Dr. Ballum was mentioning around that monitoring. So really just understanding how much of it might have sunk and where is it and when are we going to see it again. So just understanding those dynamics, because we heard in our conversations with San Francisco that they continue to find oil under rocks and in little nooks and crannies for years. And so we need to make sure we have a system in place to address that if that does occur here.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move to the rest of the queue, but just end my comments by thanking our city staff team. Dr. Ballum and Mr. Johnson did a great job leading the charge. Our communications folks, emergency response folks, park board rangers on the front lines. We really had an extensive effort here at the city, and the teams working at the Unified Command Center in my visit there were in good spirits days into this, despite a lack of sleep and the pressure created by all this. But a big thank you to all of you for the good work done dealing with this on the city's behalf, and all the citizens who contacted the city as well, with whether it was eyes on the shore, with oil showing up at New Brighton, different places like that, picked up by staff and citizens. It's good to have this level of awareness in times of trouble, and hopefully we don't see anything escalate beyond the scale of what we've had to deal with here. I'm going to go to Councillor Meigs first on the queue.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll just be quite brief because I'm sure there's lots we could talk about this for a long time, but what I don't understand is the very, very beginning. I mean, we live in a society where we could read license plates from outer space and put little radios on the backs of hummingbirds and trace them across the ocean. Are we relying on boaters like Rob O'Day to tell us if there's a spill in the harbor? Like, is there nothing we can do, given that my understanding is these very small spills and leaks and inadvertent losses of fuel are routine, and in fact, globally add up to more than what goes into the ocean or the ecosystems as a result of catastrophic spills. So is there no way to do better than relying on Rob O'Day as our first line of defense against these things?
I'm not a technical expert to answer that, Councillor, but I think a couple of things. There are, for sure, the ship owners, there are regulations. They have a legislated statutory requirement to let anybody know if they've had a spill, and and of course, they would have a conflict. And it took quite a while for this ship owner, and it may have just been disbelief that a brand new ship could leak oil like that, but it was quite clearly surrounding their vessel.
It's definitely a career-limiting incident.
Yeah.
So, people don't really volunteer very often for that kind of
that's right.
reporting.
So, I mean, obviously on an ongoing basis, 24/7, there's evolving technology using drones. That has pluses and minuses. The port has, they have a lot of vessels, and one of the things I think that in our conversations with the Coast Guard, we really do need to get our first responders linked in, because the City of Vancouver provides both fire and police resources for our whole inlet and inner harbor. There's no other municipality now that has those resources. So, I mean, there probably needs to be, a way that we use the full extent of the port and all the resources to make sure that we're adequately monitoring these things.
I think it's really important that we get faster down the chain and automate that, because it was a perfect day for a recreational boater to be out there, but later that day or many, many other days, even in the middle of summer, they wouldn't be there. And so I'm still astonished that was how the first notice came in, given that it probably had been ongoing for a while if he was already seeing stuff suspended in the water column of that size. So my last question is a little bit different, but I received it from a lot of people, including reporters, the day that everybody heard about it, which is, well, what would have been different in retrospect had we been notified in a timely way? What would have happened then at the city level that might have been different? It may or may not have made a difference to the outcome, but that's something the public has asked that I think people would like to hear an answer.
Yep. I think, a couple of things. First of all, time is everything. So it would have allowed us to, identify who was in charge. And, in the initial 24 hours of any event like this is always chaotic. And, there were very small numbers of people available for a number of hours, from all the different partners. And so it's first about time. Secondly, I think we know that since we're not responsible for recovery, I mean, we certainly would have been out there, at 5 o'clock looking at, okay, well, when's a boom? So, I mean, that is something that we would have liked to have known if there is a spill, like, why isn't there things moving along faster? And it's just a position that you can apply pressure. And it may be in the end, when we deconstruct it, it couldn't have gone any faster. We just don't know that. And I think I want to say a couple of things. I think the Coast Guard have worked really, really hard to, under these circumstances, to do everything they can. I think the real question is, what are the benchmarks? Are we prepared? Do they and we and everyone, WCMRC, have the adequate resources to respond in a way that's necessary? So I think we would have communicated out to our public in a more rapid way. I think we would have got right in there saying, you know, can we move these things along potentially faster? It just allows you to be better prepared when you have earlier information.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meggs. Councillor Jang is next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just following up a little bit, Councillor Meggs' comments. One of the things you just finished saying was the Coast Guard, under the circumstances, did the best that they can. Well, we all know that the Coast Guard has been hamstrung. And this goes all the way back to February of 2013, if I recall correctly, when they unceremoniously closed the base at Kitsilano. I remember that day is because they snuck in the middle of the night and they moved out the boats and everything and shut the base and even took down the sign. I remember they didn't tell our fire chief, they didn't tell our police chief, they didn't tell the city. Everything just moved out. And of course, I was accused of being a fearmonger and all that kind of stuff. And then within days, they reopened the kind of a base there at HMCS Discovery. Didn't tell us either, if I recall correctly. I had to sneak in. Thanks to my friends at Fairchild TV, they thought I was a Chinese reporter, and I managed to get into that press conference. So a few questions about the Coast Guard. And I know that they're doing their best under what they had. They're still being run by this Jody Thomas, who said that the response, she was very enormously pleased with the response. And they talked about having 1 liter of oil left and all that. I don't know how credible that is. But I think what really surprised me was when you had the map up showing how far the oil spread within literally a few hours. So if I recall correctly, at the old Kitts base, they had a boat called the 701 base boat, and that had oil booms and everything ready. And I understand, and I think we've all been briefed that had that boat been there, they probably could have had the booms out within an hour, under an hour, in order to contain the spill. Would you agree with that?
You know, Councillor, I think a couple of things. I've been on inside, outside conversations and have, you know, been told any number of things about, you know, whether or not there was a boom there. I think that it's one of the key questions that we want to ask. You know, this is, I think that the metric is the second largest port in North America. I mean, it's a very, very big port and it's increasingly busy. And even short of more oil tankers coming in, just the cargo fleet, all of whom are fueled by Bunker C. I mean, Bunker C is a risk for any ship on the water. So just our cargo ships. So I think that we need to look at, well, what are the benchmarks for an urban port that's as big as ours and busy as ours? What should we have? Where do we need booms placed? And, you know, who's responsible for getting them out there in the most expedited way? And really, for me to say it would have made a difference. Okay,
that's an unfair question to you. Yeah. But certainly I do recall seeing the booms there and the 701 boat, and that boat is now up on blocks, I understand, somewhere. But I think your point is very clear. I mean, here we have a major port, one of the busiest in Canada, North America. Bellingham says they can get a boom out for containing oil spill within an hour. I recall people saying to me, well, you're just an amateur, Jang, what do you know about these types of things? But here we have experts from around the country saying, yes, we could get it out very quickly. And that capability is now gone. And I think that's significant. And I think, too, that going back to 2013 again, you know, I think on March that very same year, the Coast Guard spent $6.6 million in Newfoundland opening up a new base in a community of under 2,000 people that does not have a working port. And so it really makes me wonder about how much of the spread of the oil that we saw could have been contained. You know, all the things that we all worried about during the time of that closure in 2013 has actually come to pass. And you know, I hate to say it, but I told you so. You know, I remember fighting with Jody Thomas there. She stood there in her white uniform and she told me it was a done deal right here when she requested a meeting with me. So I'm very unhappy. She said that she's enormously pleased, but I don't think I am. And I don't think any of us are enormously pleased either with the response. I mean, would you agree with that?
Well, I think that all of us feel that it should have been faster, that it was a boat sitting in our inlet. And for the number of boats we have anchored there, you know, my sense is if we can't mobilize a boom when it's clearly been identified with oil faster than that, then, you know, it's impossible. But that's one of the first things that we need to get. We need a panel of experts that can come who really aren't just academics, but who have real experience to say, what should our expectation be as a city? And that then is, to me, that's the metric that, you know, we would hold the Coast Guard to. And, you know, we're in the process. We've done an enormous amount of work, and we've had many different concerns about response. And I don't think any of us, you know, we're not at a place where I can say, if it's bunker C, it doesn't really matter whether it's 100 liters or 20,000. Like, you really want to surround it within X number of time optimally. And so that's one of the first things I'd like to get done. Right now, we're all in the process of trying to optimize the recovery as it is right now.
Okay.
So, Councillor, I think everybody, you know, feels that same intensity of, you know, was this really good enough? And are we dealing with issues that we probably shouldn't have had to? I really, at this point, I'm not in a position to say that for certain.
Okay. No, that's
But
fair.
I think it's a really good question for council to raise, and we need to get on that and come back to you and say, well, this is what we think are the international benchmark expectations that we then need to challenge the Coast
This is
Guard.
precisely the questions I received as soon as the news of the spill came
Exactly.
out from across the city. You know, and people said, remember this, remember that. And please do, as a city, pressure the Coast Guard into responding better. The loss of resources here in our big working port clearly had an impact in people's minds.
Yes.
And I'm sure the experts will agree as well. And I think you've imitated that it could have been better. And we're just lucky that this was a smaller spill. But still, the idea that it traveled over 12 kilometers in such a short period of time is quite concerning. So on that, very quickly, has the Coast Guard indicated anything? I mean, we get these conflicting reports from them, and I read the media, like that's where I get most of my information.
Just
And it
caution
says,
you on your time. You're
okay,
over if you
very
wrap it up.
quickly they say, oh, there's only 1 liter of oil. Oh, we underestimated that. Oh, well, now the resources weren't in place, or maybe it was. I mean, you know, have they indicated that maybe they should actually do something more? Or are they going to stick to this idea, even the idea that they couldn't even find the oil was because they moved their observation center to Vancouver Island with a bunch of cameras?
So the technology, we've asked for the methodology by which the fixed wing aircraft was actually measuring and issuing those, you know, first it was, the first number I heard was 2,700 liters. That, it may be bigger than that, but that's the only number I've heard. And then it got down to lower numbers, down to 400 and then 40 and then 0.3 liters. And I think it's fair to say that many of us question, like, how can you get to that kind of, you know, certainty? And that was recoverable oil. But nonetheless, we've asked for that methodology that was used, and at this point, we've not been given that, but that's certainly a question of the rigor. We've had some of our scientific experts say they're not sure what techniques could be used to get that precise in this recovery. So that's something that we need to follow up.
Great.
Okay.
I'm out of time, so thank you.
Next up is Councillor Cllr.
Mr. Mayor, and may I first thank you and all our staff for your incredible devotion over the last number of hours to the safety and of our environment and citizens of the city in your response to the spill. My first question is, you've identified the Coast Guard and the Western Canada Marine Response Center as the primary agencies responsible. Do they have an area-specific oil spill emergency preparedness plan?
Well, Councillor, I assume so.
Have we seen it?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, I would like to request that we have a copy in our city, and maybe, Mr. Mayor, we can find some way to make sure that we have a copy of that report. And if there isn't one, I would certainly urge that there be one.
Over the last year, we've been working with them and touring their facilities, trying to understand their capabilities. We have requested a plan and for the lower mainland for these waters, and at this point, we don't have one.
We don't have one. Okay, I think it's a point we need to take up. Secondly, regarding capacity, I'm extremely concerned, as I think all the councillors and mayor are, around the capacity of the agencies that are accountable. It's not our responsibility to respond to this bill. We have to count on the Coast Guard and the other agencies. So I just want to point out that Councillor Jang mentioned the loss of the Kitsilano station. Of even equal or more concern to me is the fact that the Coast Guard is under the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in 2012 let go all of their 55 marine scientists who were specifically focused on marine pollution and toxicology. They have none left. They have no one in DFO or in the Coast Guard can turn to in government that has the skills to be able to tell us what the substances were, how we respond to this, how our emergency responders should deal with those substances. I saw Councillor Meg's photo in the paper holding this stuff. Holy crow, Councillor Meg's. I mean, I really don't want to see you. Just a little bit. I don't want to see our citizens like that. It's out there in the environment. We don't know that. The scientists aren't there. I think we need to inform, Mr. Mayor, the federal government of our concern around the lack of capacity in the Coast Guard and in the Department of Fisheries and Oceans in terms of their scientific capacity. Apropos of that, we have at least some experts. Dr. Peter Ross, who was let go from the Sydney Research Station of DFO when all the scientists were fired, is now at the Vancouver Aquarium. Are we working? I saw him on the list. I know he has sent out crews this weekend. They have actually taken samples of mussels, the beaches, the seaweeds, the oil itself to understand it. Are we privy to that information? Are we working collaboratively with them?
Yes, we're working very closely. He's probably the scientist that has been, you know, on site with us the most. You know, I didn't mention that the aquarium ran into problems here because their water intake for their pools was sitting in the slick and with oil around it. So they actually had to shut off their water right to a critical stage over some period of time, and they reopened it, and we were on the verge of thinking we would have to truck water into them. But he's been very involved, extremely helpful to us, and we're sharing all our information. And
Fantastic.
He helped us design the sort of parallel sampling plan that we put in place yesterday and today.
Very supportive of that work continuing. Apropos also of capacity, I am concerned about the capacity in the cleanup process itself. Madam City Manager, you talked about the expertise, going with the professional help and with the appropriate equipment. I happened to talk to one of our park board staff people who were here yesterday, I think probably to be in a meeting with you around this, and he was indicating to me that he saw those workers involved in the cleanup taking inappropriate material, the kind of scrubbing absorbent material that would not work on any kind of cleanup, scrubbing the walls of the seawall and spreading the oil further. This is sticky stuff, right? So I am extremely concerned about whether there is the appropriate expertise, using the appropriate technology to complete the cleanup adequately for the health and safety of our people and environment.
So, Councillor, I think capacity is definitely an issue. I want to mention, we've talked about Dr. Peter Ross, but also we have Nick Case, I think is Nick Page, our biologist with the park board, who has been incredibly helpful. I mentioned him in terms of wildlife, but he's our most knowledgeable staff person in the whole city and park board, organization. And we have, a very expert environmental person in Jennifer Mabry, who works in Bill Ojala's area. So we have a few very skilled people. We know that the thinning of the ranks in Environment Canada, in the Provincial Ministry of the Environment, in the Coast Guard, in DFO is very much a problem. There's no question that the capacity issue, their ability to tap into people and bring them on site is very, very limited. And hence the reason, there's a lot of outsourcing of skills in the nonprofit and the private sector that's going on. In terms of any of our staff who saw something they thought was inappropriate, my hope was that they would have taken that straight through to the people at Unified Command or the Emergency Operations Center to let us know, because that's just the information that we're funneling up. But we've done quite a lot of work to make sure that the recovery teams and the oversight of those is that we do have people who are skilled and actually know, because frankly, a lot of the people we have out helping with this don't have the scientific skills to know this is appropriate or not. But it's a big issue, and I think that's another one of the things that, we want to get the going forward plan properly locked down and making sure that there are government experts that are involved because their job is the public interest, as well as tapping into the private sector and the nonprofit sector. And that's one of my worries, that could be not as coherent and strong as it needs to be.
I think I'm out of time, Mr. Mayor. Thank you
That is
very
your
much.
time. Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Madam City Manager, for the report. I just have a few questions. First of all, from the timeline, we're seeing that this was first reported to ECOM 911 at 5 p.m., and the city wasn't officially notified, as has been mentioned, until 5 a.m. So that's a 12-hour gap. I'm just wondering, as you had mentioned, we'd had much more significant spills in previous years. I'm just wondering why it wasn't protocol, considering I recently toured ECOM 911 and our emergency command center and their neighbors. They're right next to each other. Why isn't this information shared not only with the City of Vancouver, but with our neighboring cities and municipalities such as North Vancouver and West Vancouver also? And will this be part of the protocol moving forward? I've heard speculation that it might be, but I'd like to know that it will be.
Well, I think ECOM is a platform to connect people together. So their job is not notify. They're not a fan-out organization because, as you can imagine, the thousands of calls they get a day, their job is to hook those calls up with the key accountable individuals who can respond. That is their only function. And so this call came in and they said, I want to talk to somebody about a slick on the water. And they were like, okay, I'm putting you through to the Coast Guard because that's their protocol, not the ambulance, not the fire, not police. Your call goes straight to the Coast Guard. So, I think that there may be a role. It would be very unusual for a platform like ECOM to be involved in fan out. Their job is to triage all the big, huge bulk of calls coming in saying, I need help, and putting them right through to the people who are there to respond in the most fastest, most expedited way, and sometimes to stabilize that person if, in the case of, say, a health emergency.
And then just a follow-up question. It's my understanding that the VPD was notified before the city was officially notified in trying for this person who had first noticed this and trying to communicate. Is there a way then that if the Vancouver Police Department or Vancouver Fire and Rescue is notified that they could bring this to the city? Is there a way to sort of make sure that those checks and balances are there? Hopefully we never have to see this again, but we should always be planning for the future. And I'm just wondering if that's a possibility that they immediately notify the city.
So just to clarify, I've had extensive discussions with Chief Chu, and everybody's gone through all their records, and it's quite clear that VPD were not notified. VPD got a call asking a question.
Okay.
Have you seen anything? Have you had any reports? And the answer was no, and that was it. And we have the tape of that call, so we're very clear on what transpired. And I've talked to the Coast Guard about that, and they've clarified that, and they know that that was a misunderstanding. And Roger Girard has been great. He went out to the media and said, look, that was a misunderstanding. We did not notify VPD. Now, VPD and fire are a part of our city family, and we have very well-established protocols. So yes, of course, if they're notified, they know it goes right up the chain of command to our emergency management people, and those protocols are already in place.
And before my last question, I'd just like to take a moment to thank you and all staff for their very quick response. I'm also just wondering if this might be a reason for us to sit down with our federal partners, and instead of beating up on them and perhaps, blaming them, instead we can sit down with them and talk together about how we can do things better, because it seems to me that, we say certain things and they get relayed through the media, but I'm wondering, one of the councillors mentioned that, we should be doing this, and these are the questions he's been asked. I'm wondering if he's reached out to the Coast Guard or the federal government himself and asked these questions, because when we have an incident
I don't think
like
that's
the
a
fire
question
at
for
the
the city
port,
manager.
yeah,
You can
no,
talk to...
I'm just giving some context to my question, in that if we had better diplomatic relations with our federal government, perhaps we'd see improved service. I'm just wondering if that's a follow-up, if we're planning on reaching out to the federal government in any way and sitting down with the Coast Guard and talking about how we can better improve as per next time if this were to ever happen again.
Oh, absolutely, Councillor. Like we will have a very clear what they call a hot wash, which is a debriefing of the incident as quickly as we can, and we've set a timeline by which we think that would be appropriate. But there, as I said in my slide, we have built some tremendous relationships with all the federal parties, some of whom we already had them with, but we will be going through a complete deconstruction of this, what needs to be improved, what structures now need to be in place. I think the issues of when you start to get into, does the Coast Guard have enough resources? At the end of the day, that is for our elected officials to sort through. At the staff level, our job is, if these are resources they have at hand that they can mobilize, is to make sure we're making sure they're mobilizing them for that we're together making the best possible decisions. So, you know, these are difficult things, and so we are building relationships, better plans for the future. I think the issue of resources available are decisions that elected officials make, and over to council and you know, and the elected representatives for the federal government to sort that out.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. You know, Dr. Bellum, over the years that you've come before us, many times I've said thank you very much for the report, or the staff, thank the staff through you. But this time, really, I'm very grateful, and I think we all are very grateful for the work that you've done, and hence your staff as well. I mean, this has just been amazing, and I have to say, you look a tad tired, but that could be because of the hours you've been putting in over this, and then to come up with this very comprehensive report so quickly for us as well is really.
Well, I just want to say, Councillor, first of all, I have an incredible staff. The deputy city manager is here. Malcolm Bromley was here. He's gone to bed, I guess. But you know, the whole of CMT, many staff from across the whole organization, no matter what department, they just mobilize like that.
I don't want you to deflect. I realize all that with your staff, but you personally have taken the lead on this, and we're grateful.
Thank you, Councillor.
A couple of questions out of this. You talked about the hull on this ship and the oil that's still already there and clinging to the hull and so on, and that it all has to be scraped down because it's toxic. Now, what about all the hulls of all those other ships that we saw there where this oil spread? Surely you're getting globs of oil clinging to those. Are they just being allowed to take off into the sunset? Or
no, that's a good question, Councillor. There's 7 ships. They were all inspected, and there were 7 that had contamination. It was not huge, but they have all been scrubbed down, and nobody's allowed to leave the inlet or the harbor unless they've been inspected and passed. And if you know, cleaning needs to happen, it's happened. So that was underway, and I just want to put a shout out to first of all John McCurney, who is one of a number of senior people who were sort of wearing the green jacket at Unified Command, which is sort of the most senior person on deck at the Unified Command, and it was the intervention of, you know, the First Nations municipal group that basically really strongly encouraged the recovery people to not use a detergent to clean the ship, to actually try different, much more environmentally friendly methods. And in fact, to their great credit, they tried it out. It's harder work and it takes longer, but they're scrubbing off that thing just with, you know, with a hard scrub versus using, you know, a kind of a
What about pleasure boats? Has this stuff hit? I mean, we've got all kinds of yachts around.
There has been teams that have been walking through and in and around the marinas to try and identify any pleasure boats. And there have been messages that have been put through to the marine community, some through the city of Vancouver, just saying, if you have oil, please call this number and arrangements will be made to get your boat scrubbed down.
Okay. Another concern that you raised, and I think it's a huge concern, is the fisheries. And we have the Capilano River, which is a major salmon spawning river. I'm sure that that's being looked at probably very, very closely.
Certainly our First Nations biologist from Tsleil-Waututh has been very involved in this. He's a very, very skilled scientist, and then our Squamish representative as well, both biologists. And as far as I know, there's actually been no tar found there, but the sediment testing and the future compromise of the sediment in the river, as you know, it's the lateral eddies that create the plankton and get the aeration that is the source of food for fish heading up to spawn. And so that is a fundamental, we were talking about that just this morning, to make sure that that was very clearly put forward in our ongoing project, to keep sampling that and understanding any future impact that may be there.
So moving on to the Coast Guard again, because I was part of that media announcement that we had and so on down at the Coast Guard. I'm wondering, do we have any plans now to take up with the Coast Guard again, or the federal government, to say we need to have this base back, that we would have had a much quicker response? And tagged onto that question is another one where you mentioned that the Coast Guard didn't come out for 36 hours and speak to the press. Have you any sense of why not? What they didn't know what was going on? They were afraid to talk. A minister told them don't speak. Have you any sense of why we?
I'm not sure, Councillor. I know that their spokesperson, Roger Girard, came over from Victoria. He's stationed in Victoria, and he didn't arrive till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And he's has been the official spokesperson, and the commissioner didn't come on scene until, I'm getting confused, but probably that evening or Sunday. He arrived on Thursday afternoon, which was essentially nearly 24 hours since the spill, which happened at 5 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. Really, I don't know. I think they were trying to gather up as much technical information that they could so that they sounded coherent. I mean, that would be something I would be concerned about if I were in their position. We encourage them. It's really important, and I think they're perhaps starting to recognize that the municipal sector can be a good complement to them in terms of getting information out, because we're nimble, we're there, we're on the ground, we do it all the time.
What about going back to them now and saying, would you re-look at
your time, Councillor Stevenson,
closing of the base?
In terms of the base, I think the best way to approach it is get the benchmarks about what's the expectation we should have, what kind of equipment there needs to be to actually get to those, metrics, and then where should that be positioned? Whether it's at that old base or in the port or where. I think that would probably be the best kind of discussion to have.
Okay, Councillor Deal next.
Yes, thank you. I'll keep this really short. Thank you again. Amazing response. The issues have been well aired around our frustration with the Coast Guard, the lack of DFO officers that are out there, and the other types of responses from other levels of government, as well as notification. My question is one that has to do more with slower, longer-term recovery, and it can be responded to in a memo. It doesn't need to be addressed today. But I just wanted to know, as someone who used to work in fisheries, I'm really concerned about the long-term recovery of the intertidal zones. And as we know, we've had sensitive ecosystem inventories and mapping done throughout the region. We know that there's a very limited amount of beach habitat for surf smelt to use, for instance, and that if I'm looking at the sensitive ecosystems maps from Metro Vancouver, and some of that's right in the path of where this oil is moving. So I'm just hoping that as we move forward, we can continue to work with our partners, such as Metro Vancouver and our member municipalities, as well as making sure the pressure is on the provincial government to make sure that we're prioritizing identified sensitive ecosystems that have high impact on local fisheries and fish, because those beaches are rare now in our region, and they're right in this path.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. And I think we have the senior person for the Ministry of Environment from BC has been a real, a terrific lead for that, and has kept us really well informed. And I think that will absolutely be part of our plan going forward that we hope to get sign off on.
Thanks. If we can just be kept up to date on that, that would be wonderful. Thank you again. An amazing job.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Reimer.
I'll echo the thanks as well to all the staff for the quick response despite the slow notification that we got. It's hard not to go to the what if questions, and I appreciate you might not be able to answer them today, but I would be curious in the follow-up. Well, more than curious. I mean, we've passed motions on this a number of times, but this is oil that floats. What if it would have been diluted bitumen? That's a key question in my mind, particularly given the notification time.
Is that a question now, Councillor?
It is a question, but if you don't have an answer now, I appreciate it. It's a technical question that probably requires some technical response.
Well, I think yes, and probably I'm not the best, and I don't know whether Sadhu wants to give a shot at it. Different issues with bitumen.
Councillor, from our understanding, diluted bitumen would be evaporating more, so we might have seen air quality implications. This has been one of our concerns. Probably at these quantities, it wouldn't have been enough to create the toxic cloud that we fear from a large spill, and that material is more noxious as well. So we didn't want people to be touching it on the beaches, but we really wouldn't want people to be touching that material. So it's just ramps up altogether.
Well, so my next question was around the quantities. 2,700 liters probably wouldn't even run a backup generator on an oil tanker. So I'm wondering, given the impacts this 2,700 liters have created, what's the capacity to respond to an actual tanker spill?
Well, I think we all agree that we were lucky, and we were lucky with the amount. We were lucky with the weather. And, we need to be prepared for a much bigger, much harder, and a much faster response. And that's part of our work. And I think on the bitumen issue, we've done a lot of work, as you know, in preparation for NEB, and we will be coming back to council to just talk about, that story, because it's something that we need to really understand. And this is a different kind of oil, but it's still nasty and toxic. It has different physical properties, though, than bitumen, as Sadhu has indicated.
So the NEB, that was one of my other questions. The submission that we're pulling together, it's due on May 27th. I know a lot of that, one of our 4 main points of inquiry was around the issues related to the questions I've just asked. So we'll get that information.
Yes, we will. Yeah.
Okay. Two other questions. West Coast Marine Response, you had referred to them as a contracted agency. I was going to say I had the pleasure, I don't know how much of a pleasure it was. I had the opportunity, and I appreciated them offering it, to go out last summer with them on a tour of the harbor to better understand their response capacity. My understanding from that experience was that they're not so much a contracted agency as more of an association, and it's actually their legal responsibility to respond in these. They're not waiting for a call, let's put it that way, that they are legally required to respond on behalf of the members they have, for lack of a better term, the people who pay the bills, the industry.
Well, that's something that we'll have to resolve, because the very clear message that we were given through Unified Command is that they get their marching orders from the Coast Guard in terms of response. So they were put on standby and then they were deployed, but that was only by directive from the Coast Guard.
Okay, maybe I should refine that answer to say that they are already paid. It's their members who pay their bills, not the public. So they're not waiting for somebody to approve paying them. They're waiting for somebody to tell them there's a spill happening. But it would be good to get
I think we should clarify that.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I
They
think it's
are
probably somewhere in between.
They did not exist in July 2010 when we did the initial. They're relatively new.
Yes, that's correct.
So, okay. So that brings me, I think, to my last point. On Councillor Carr's point around advocacy, we started that process in July 2010. We had a full day, extraordinary special council meeting to hear testimony from experts across the industry. We had an advocacy motion the next day and have passed many over the years, and one as recently as last council meeting on exactly the points that you raised that we should be advocating on. So I certainly don't feel like we've lacked on the advocacy side. I do feel, though, that the experience, I mean, it's weird to be sitting here looking at those pictures and referring to it as lucky, although I think it is a fair characterization, given that there still remains the same lack of coordination and communication from the senior governments. I do take some pretty grave exception to Councillor DeGenova's suggestion that one would need political alignment with those levels of government to be afforded a level of operational coordination that would deal with the problems that have been evidenced, that we have been concerned about for 5 years now, and were evidenced by this spill response. So it's not yours to answer, Dr. Ballum, but to thank you for all the work that you have done on the advocacy efforts, and clearly we need to find ways to better engage them at a political level, because that response just isn't coming through in their policy right now.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few other questions, but to also add my thanks to the city manager and all parties involved to get us to this point. Not a
particularly good point, I think. The question I have is relating to the 2,700 liters that have been estimated. You've articulated that it's hard to estimate or whether or not that's an accurate amount or the exactness of that amount.
That was a number that the Coast Guard, that Roger Gerard, who was the spokesperson, talked about. It was 2,700, 3,000. They've now sort of said they're redoing calculations and trying to get a more exact number. So I think we don't know the exact number. Hopefully that will come out over the coming days, but that's in the hands of Transport Canada, where they're going to look at well, what tanks were used and, you know, who used what oil when. And what I know is it's going to be in the range of probably 3,000 to 5,000 liters would be probably our best estimate at this point.
And so your comment of lucky, I think, as Councillor Reimer had indicated, seems odd given the pictures and the spread. Yes. And the impacts on our shorelines and otherwise that are unknown going forward. But the question I have is the speed of which the response came forward and whether or not they could have responded sooner, recognizing that it was Coast Guard that made the call on when to have WCMRC come forward. But had they been given earlier, what would have been the effect of that? Would we have had a higher recovery rate? Because currently the number, you know, it was with some, it appeared that the number of 80% was put forward as seemingly a success, that we've recovered 80%. But it seems that 20% left out there is not a success at all.
I think that what I understand from scientists is that it would be extraordinary to recover 80% in a spill like this. And I think in, you know, the work that's being done behind the scenes that we haven't been able to access and review and take to our experts to review with us around how those calculations were made and how that 80% and 40 liters and 0.3 liter numbers were arrived at, I have no idea. I know it came from oversight and data collection and the use of infrared imaging. That's all I know, Councillor. And so I think that's an area where we really can't in any way authenticate or validate those numbers. And I should probably take back the word lucky. I really, if you just look at some of the history of spills in the inlet and the harbor, like in 1973, there were 240 metric tons of bunker fuel that were spilled. I mean, you know, that it's really in comparison to some of the bigger things that actually have happened. Even when they had the spill, the contractor, there was 250,000 liters of crude oil released from the Kinder Morgan pipeline spill. And, you know, there were oil streams that went up into the inlet. So we've had much bigger spills actually locally of different kinds of fuel. And so, you know, I don't think it's lucky to have an incident like this at all. We hope that we prevent them and we respond really appropriately. I'm just glad it wasn't 30,000 liters at this time.
Which I was also able to take a tour of the facilities, the response facilities. And it was a question, an outstanding question of what their overall capacity was. And the response that I received when questioning them was that they have other resources that they could call upon.
Yes.
But the time frame of that response, of their secondary response mechanisms, was much more limited and took a lot longer as well. And so this continues to be a concern,
yes.
Both on the percentage of recovery, as good as it might be in terms of its standard. In other situations, it still appears that, in my mind at least, a quicker response in this instance and perhaps going forward would be advantageous to us, because Councillor Deal's question is very much the concern. At 20% left, what's the impact on our environment? And, you know, with you know, this is what we've been highlighting for many years now, that we can't have this happen.
I think that one of the valuable things about what we've just been through, and I have to tell you that we were scheduled to have a major tabletop exercise start the whole process on Thursday morning. So when Sadhu Johnston called me at 10 to 6 and said, there was an oil spill, I thought it was the exercise. I thought, well, I thought you weren't supposed to call me till I forgotten what time. And he said, no, it's real. This is a real oil spill. And I was like, no, it's the exercise, right? No. So I think a couple of things. We've got the logic model is we have one of the biggest ports on the continent. It's increasingly busy, even before the possibility of another pipeline. Every ship in the harbor's carrying bunker oil. Some of them are quite old, where you just know there are more opportunities for accidents. We need to go through the exercise with the Coast Guard and WCMRC and our scientific experts to say, okay, if that's the case, and there are a lot of them hanging around the harbor, like surely we should be equipped to respond much more quickly and get around a true oil spill. I'm not talking about just every sheen that actually happens, but this is a significant substance to be in our waters at any amount, and we need to be able to contain it. Would be my premise, and I think what then? How do you flow from there to what needs to be available, and how we would operationalize it and mobilize it quickly? That's the work that's probably the most important thing we need to do.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. And I'd like to thank our General Manager for actually informing Council the way she did, because it did give us the opportunity to be able to comfort people who were calling us and contacting us, because there was an enormous amount of worry for the public. So the depth of information that you were giving us was very helpful, although we individually couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah.
Being able to transfer that, yes, things were being done and taken care of. I think that was very important, so I appreciate that.
Thanks, Council.
I'm also very interested in the number of experts that you mentioned that the city had engaged to work together, and I'm wondering, when you used the word engaged, did you mean we were employing them, or that we were using them in a volunteer capacity? And will we have the opportunity to continue to work with those particular experts who I know will make the difference? And I do understand that what you're saying is it's good that the spill wasn't larger, so that we can learn from what happened and move forward. And again, having those experts and where they fit in the city, I think will be very important.
I don't think we've actually contracted with any of them. They volunteered their time. They're all very interested in working with us. We do have somebody coming down from Alaska to do some work with us tonight. She's extraordinarily experienced and been doing work with us on our NEB file, and so we have contracted with her, and I've asked that she be brought in. She was going to be with us as we went through our tabletop exercise. So she's been on the phone to us. She's the one individual that I believe we actually have contracted with, but that was a long-standing arrangement in the work we were doing that's underway for NEB. We actually we hired some consultants to do the sampling over the last couple of days. I think that is about probably the limit of who we've actually paid, so it's quite limited. Most of the expertise is either in-house, our biologists at the park board, our environmental specialists in Bill Aujala's area, and then the people that have, Katie McPherson with emergency management, obviously Chief McKerney, Sadhu, like we've got quite a lot of city-wide expertise that we're tapping into. I think we need to formalize our panel of scientific experts, to be honest, and figure out how they can be available to us as a readily mobilizable platform in this event. We have great relationships with them. They're doing a lot of, some of them have written papers for us for NEB, but we haven't actually gone to them and said, we want to form a round table that can be mobilized in the event of something like this, and would you be willing to be part of that? Because we've done that, but we haven't formalized the structure. It would be a good idea.
Thank you very much. And just the final one, will we be looking forward to a report from you or Mr. Johnson coming forward to fill us in a couple of months as to the information you have gleaned on what has happened over the last
we will for sure.
months?
It will be probably sometime in the next couple of months.
Excellent.
Yep.
Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Paul. And that is all your questions. Thank you so much,
Thanks so much.
Dr. Ballum, Mr. Johnson, and the team, Mr. Bromley, the whole team that have been working so hard to make sure the city is on top of it as to the degree that we can.
I just want to say it was Chris Baber who was up all night, and Sadhu on the power, or Chris Bass, sorry, not Chris Baber. He was on the other one. Chris Bass, who's been leading our project, who's just been a terrific resource. I think you did the PowerPoint. Yeah, hence the beard, you know. Anyway, thanks so much, Council. We appreciate all your support and encouragement. We have a great staff who have done really worked hard, and we're not done yet. So we appreciate your support.
Thank you, and to Chief McKierney as well, and the team at Unified Command on that front. Thanks for the good work, and we'll look forward to if there are any updates flowing from the questions posed, some of the technical questions from Council. Maybe a memo from staff might be the most appropriate if we have follow-up questions that can be answered by memo in the days ahead. That would be helpful. And thank you for that report. So we've got a bit of time here to do the third and final report reference. I'm going to need a motion to extend. Councillor Deal will do that. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we'll go to our third report reference, and that is on the Phase 3 Cambie corridor scope of work. And Council has received a request to speak to this item. And should Council wish to hear from the speaker, Council can receive the presentation at this meeting and refer the related policy report to our Standing Committee on City Finance and Services tomorrow. That's starting at 9:30 in the morning to hear from speakers. And I might suggest we can do questions at that point as well if we're running out of time today. So I'll ask for a motion on that referral, and we need a seconder on that? We don't. All those in favor, we won't refer that yet, but we will hear the presentation. Why don't we actually move that motion and vote on that? Once we've heard the presentation, that will be referred. All those in favor? Any opposed? And carries. So we'll hear from Mr. Jackson, our General Manager of Planning and Development on Cambie Corridor Phase 3.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. There's a very famous planning book that we as planners read about when we go to school, and it's called Learning from Las Vegas. This, for us, is learning from MARPOL in terms of crafting the approach to the MARPOL plan that Susan Haid will take you through in a few minutes. We learned two valuable lessons from the MARPOL experience. One is the type of community consultation that we had, and Susan will be walking you through that in terms of how to approach it. This is a corridor, a long, narrow corridor. It is difficult for people at one end of the corridor who have different development opportunities and challenges facing them to be discussing the type of issues which people at the other end of the corridor are facing as well. And so this is a very nuanced, different approach to consultation than took place in MARPOL or in other community plans that we've approached in the past, and we'll talk to you a little bit about that. The other valuable lesson that we learned from MARPOL is the issue of how we designated and alluded to growth areas in the plan. In MARPOL, we looked at large swaths of single-family residential areas, and we posed the question and we talked to people about the opportunity for change in rather large areas. We learned from that not all single-family neighborhoods want to change, and so in this approach we took a very tailored approach, and we looked at those areas of change that are within walking distance to the station area as well as along the corridor. So it is a very different approach. And the ironic thing about this approach is that we've received, I think, 3 letters to date on the Cambie plan, and all 3 have been asking to be included into the study area as opposed to excluded. And to me, that's a good thing. And there is actually a mechanism that Susan will walk you through in a few minutes for us in the Phase 1 of the Cambie corridor plan as part of Phase 3, Stage 1, where we will be able to talk to people about whether they too should be included or not. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Susan to walk you through some of the background associated with MARPOL and what will be our steps as we go through.
Great. Thank you, Brian, and good afternoon, Council. As mentioned, I'm Susan Haid, Assistant Director of Planning for Vancouver South. And I'm very pleased to be here today, along with our Cambie Corridor planning team, to present to you the proposed scope of work to launch Cambie Corridor Phase 3 planning. And I'd just like to introduce our leads on our planning team. We have Jim Bailey, Senior Planner, Lil Ronalds, and Ryan Perry, who are the lead planners on this initiative. We're also here with our colleagues from housing, transportation, engineering, and real estate to answer questions. So again, we're here to seek Council's approval on the proposed scope of work to launch this exciting planning program later this spring. I'm going to walk through some context information on the Cambie Corridor, reflect on what's been approved through previous stages of planning, and then really outline the proposed scope of work and planning and engagement process for Cambie Corridor Phase 3. Just get the technology working here. So just in the big picture, regional context, in 2009, the Canada Line opened. It was a huge public investment in rapid transit connecting downtown Vancouver with central Vancouver, South Vancouver, to Richmond Centre, and also to YVR. And you can see the Cambie Corridor planning area outlined in a rectangle on this slide. And just for comparison's sake, that area is about 1,000 hectares. There's about 43,000 people living in the corridor. And that's equivalent in both size and population to the city of North Vancouver. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of a neighborhood tour of the corridor, moving from north to south in the proposed study area. So as Brian mentioned, the proposed study area is essentially a 10-minute walk from the corridor from transit stations. So that extends from Ontario to Oak Street along the corridor from 16th Avenue down to the Fraser River. So just to highlight a few demographic highlights on the corridor. First off, the corridor is very family oriented. About 30% of the households have children under the age of 19. And this is quite consistent with the rest of South Vancouver, but higher than the citywide average. We have comparatively a very high percentage of Chinese-speaking residents in the corridor, and you'll see just the way the corridor is divided up that we have higher percentages in the central and southern areas of the corridor. The median household income in the corridor area is slightly higher than that of citywide, but you'll also notice that in the southern portion of the corridor, that median household income declines lower than the citywide median, and that's really reflective of the Marpole apartment area. Household type is predominantly single family, and our split of housing is approximately a 60-40 split between ownership and rental. And again, that southern area around the Marpole apartment area, you can see differs in that we have much higher percentage of renters. We've got a very important area that's highlighted in the report around the Cambie Village area between 16th Avenue and King Edward in terms of its importance for heritage and character retention. So in this portion of the corridor, which we'll walk through in a few moments, most of the housing is predominantly pre-1940s character housing. And this is an area where our Heritage Action Plan really overlaps with Cambie Corridor Phase 3. So now I'm going to walk through the corridor from north to south and just look a little bit at the character of the neighborhoods and the community assets and amenities in those neighborhoods. So you'll see on this map before you that the dark black shaded area along the Cambie corridor and at the arterials represents those areas where we already have adopted land use policy through Cambie Corridor Phase 2. So just looking at this neighborhood area between 16th Avenue and approximately 33rd, you can see that we have a very extensive network of parks and open spaces, of elementary schools, a new park planned at Yukon, and also community centers, most notably Hillcrest Community Center. We've also got women and children's hospitals, which is critical in terms of healthcare facilities for the region and also to the province. The kind of character of housing, as I mentioned, north of King Edward in the Cambie Village area, we see this pre-1940s character housing on smaller lots and a high degree of laneway housing and secondary suites. As we move south, you can see that we have larger lots and really a bit of a juxtaposition between 1950s bungalows and, for example, larger 1980s houses. So later development than the Cambie Village area. So just moving south to our next neighborhood between 33rd and approximately 47th, again, we've got a really strong network of parks and open spaces and significant number of schools, notably Hamber Secondary School. This portion of the corridor is really important in terms of our major project sites. So we have Oak Ridge Town Center, which includes a proposed new park, childcare, community center, and library. We have Oak Ridge Transit Center, for which we're currently undertaking a planning process with the community, and we anticipate bringing forward a policy statement to council later this year. There's also a park planned on that site. We have the RCMP site, which we anticipate likely bringing a proposed planning program forward to council later this year. So character of housing, again, really a range of later 1950s to current housing forms, and again, a range in terms of larger lots, larger homes, as well as earlier sort of 1950s bungalows. In this area of the corridor, we also importantly have rental apartment southwest of Oak Ridge Center. And these are rate of change sites that will be really important in terms of rental protection and potential enhancement as we go forward in phase 3. So moving further south, again, a very strong green network, notably with Langara Golf Course, one of 3 public golf courses in the city, and also quite a strong network of schools. So Langara College, we have Churchill High, a number of elementary schools, including the new Sexsmith School. You can see the dashed line at 57th, which represents the Marpole Community Plan boundary, for which we have adopted land use policy in the areas in black, and also the transition areas, which I'll speak to in a moment. We have 2 major project sites in this portion of the corridor, Pearson Dogwood, for which council adopted a policy statement last year. It will involve a new park site and potential relocation of the YMCA. And then Langara Gardens, which is an important rental site that we're currently working on community planning and preparing a policy statement that we'll be bringing forward to council in about a year's time. So character, again, similar, housing on larger lots. You can see in this slide just the lack of sidewalks, so we're getting into an even more suburban character. And again, in some locations, brand new, larger houses in contrast to some of the 1950s housing stock. So just moving south to the river, we have the important area that's in the Cambie Phase 2 plan and the Marpole plan of marine landing. So this area is really seen in terms of adopted plans as an area of full transformation to a mixed-use, complete community, high-density community. You can see that we are expecting a new family place as part of development, along with childcare, rental housing, and, whoops, not sure if I can go back, just leave that. The other piece I wanted to highlight is a proposed new park at the foot of Cambie near the Fraser River. So I'd just like to highlight where we've come from in terms of adopted plans by council along the Cambie corridor and where we are today in terms of implementation. So in 2009, council approved a 3-phase planning process for the Cambie corridor. In 2010, phase 1 was approved, and it included planning principles for the whole corridor, as well as an interim rezoning policy for areas around the station locations. And you can see those highlighted in black along the corridor. Phase 2 is the Cambie corridor plan that addressed the sites along the corridor and arterials highlighted in black. It also included an interim public benefits strategy. So phase 3, for which the terms of reference were approved back in 2009, we're proposing to launch this spring, and it involves integration of the completed MARPOL plan. So the transition areas off of the corridor have been completed through MARPOL, and I'll highlight one brief area for further work from the MARPOL plan. And phase 3 is intended to focus on the transition areas off of the arterials. So those areas highlighted in gray. And I'm going to speak specifically to the focus areas in a few minutes. But essentially, phase 3 is to complete planning for the transition areas in the transit influenced area, as well as complete a full public benefit strategy and a detailed public realm plan, along with implementation strategies. So why do we need to move forward on phase 3 of Cambie corridor? We see this as a key opportunity to achieve many citywide goals around livability, sustainability, and affordability. There's a tremendous opportunity to knit together along the corridor what's been happening in phase 2, major projects, and unique sites to advance these goals significantly. In particular, we've been working very closely with our housing colleagues, and we see a tremendous opportunity to explore and realize more ground-oriented housing, more diverse housing, and housing that is particularly suitable for families with children. So further in this regard, we have a real opportunity to address a gap that we have in our housing continuum. We have significant single-family housing. We have certainly been advancing significant higher density, higher forms of condominiums. And we're moving forward and making progress in terms of mid-rise sites along the corridor and areas such as Olympic Village. But we have very little in the middle. And Cambie Corridor Phase 3 is really an opportunity to explore that middle area and explore a range of predominantly ground-oriented housing options to fill in that middle. It's also an opportunity to imagine, if you will, the edges of our suburban areas that we walked through, to really reimagine those edges over time through implementation of phase 3, really sensitively transitioning to single-family areas, providing diverse housing opportunities that are mainly ground-oriented, close to rapid transit, close to parks and open space, and also an enhanced public realm. So just to reflect on what's been achieved to date, in looking at, since the adoption of Cambie Corridor Phase 2, we've had just a fantastic uptake in terms of development and realizing the plan along the corridor. So since 2011, we've had 33 rezoning applications, 26 which have been approved. We have 16 active inquiries. And this has resulted at this point in the commitment to deliver 6,600 new units along the corridor, over half of which are family-oriented with 2 or more bedrooms. Of these units, we also have a significant portion of purpose-built rental, social housing, and seniors housing. We have secured $256 million in community amenity contributions and public art, both through in-kind and cash contributions. And just some highlights of in-kind contributions include 143 new childcare spaces in 3 locations, a new park on the roof of Oak Ridge Center, and a new community center at Oak Ridge Center. So what's next? So phase 3 is really an opportunity to build on the momentum of phase 2 and the existing rapid transit infrastructure, as well as the very strong network of parks, schools, recreation facilities. And it's an opportunity to knit together the corridor with these major project sites where we're currently undertaking planning, and the intent is to achieve major housing objectives, parks, and community amenities in these sites in particular. So this is building on the framework of Cambie Corridor Phase 2. So you can see in this diagram, the yellow areas are the 4 to 6 story areas of the Cambie Corridor that are residential. The red is the mixed-use sites near the nodes and the crossings with arterials. It also builds on our existing frequent transit network, a very strong greenway and bikeway network, and also proposed linkages that we're working on in our public realm plan in terms of mid-block connections. So this drawing is just a sketch of what implementation and build out of phase 2 could look like. This plan extends to 2040, but it's showing that mid-rise development along the corridor, the arterials, higher development in the nodal areas such as Oak Ridge Town Center. And phase 3 is really about a sensitive transition to single-family areas. And again, pursuing those opportunities for ground-oriented housing. So this is just a rough sketch of the kinds of housing that we'd like to explore and discuss with the community. So you can see, again, we've got a range of 3-story stacked townhousing, row housing, duplex, triplex, and the like. The proposed scope of work before you involves a 4-step planning process that's anticipated to take between 18 and 24 months. The key deliverables from this planning process include a land use plan, a public benefits strategy, and a public realm plan. Again, along with key implementation strategies to achieve all of these. As Brian mentioned, in terms of our public engagement process, we're really learning from our MARPOL experience, our current community plan experiences, Cambie Corridor Phase 2, the Mayor's Engaged City Task Force, in terms of an adaptive planning process that really involves neighborhoods, community groups, and stakeholders at a very grassroots level. So some of the highlights of the proposed engagement strategy are to consult early and often, but to raise awareness throughout the whole corridor, to be very strategic in scope, to use visual tools, and to take a very localized approach. So we're calling this our kitchen table approach, again, in going to those community groups, those stakeholders, and having a series of smaller discussions where we really roll up our sleeves and do a number of deep dives along the corridor. The process will be very adaptive and responsive. So at each stage in the planning process, we hope to gain input to adapt the planning process and also to advance the plan that's being developed for Cambie 3. So the proposed scope includes a very strategic and focused scope in terms of planning area. So as mentioned, we're looking at an overall study area of a 10-minute walk from the corridor. And this study area really encompasses where the public benefits strategy, the public realm plan will address out to this study area. But in terms of potential areas of change, based on our experience in MARPOL, sensitivities to single-family neighborhoods, we're proposing an approach that's very strategic and focused and includes a one block off the corridor and arterials around the major project sites, and also integrates a number of unique sites that are within the corridor. So for example, the Louis Breyer site at 41st and Oak, which is a seniors residence, the King Edward Mall site, the YMCA site, there's really opportunities to knit them into the fabric of Cambie Corridor Phase 3. I mentioned that there's one piece from the Marpole plan, which is the Marpole buffer area, which in that plan there was a commitment made to look at that as part of Cambie 3, which is included. And our planning includes Oak Street on both sides of the street. Really important is, as part of our first step of consultation, we're requesting feedback from communities on this proposed scope of work. And as Brian mentioned, we've already received a number of letters asking to be in the focus area. So we are going to undertake a process in looking at the proposed scope whereby we want to, if need be, refine this, but really look at if there's other areas to be included, we want to have strong representation from those neighborhoods and more of a greater than majority buy-in to participate. But we do see some potential refinements to this. So with that, the report before you is requesting Council's approval of the proposed Phase 3 scope of work and also approval of the interim rezoning policy in Attachment A, which is essentially very typical with our best practices for considering rezonings during a planning program. So we've got our staff team here to respond to any questions.
Should know better. My microphone was off. So thank you very much for that presentation on Phase 3 of Cambie Corridor Planning. And as I mentioned earlier, we referred this to hear from speakers tomorrow at our committee meeting. And I'm going to suggest that we, given the timing now, that we have questions from council answered tomorrow when we start this item. So council can write to staff, can email staff with questions between now and tomorrow morning's meeting so that staff can open up on this topic tomorrow with responses to those questions from council. And we can hear from the speakers at that point and carry on with our deliberations from there. So thank you very much for that presentation and all the work done to bring that forward to council. And council will be getting our questions to you later today and this evening, I'm sure. So we are at 10 to 1. I am going to suggest now that we recess in order to have an in-camera meeting and then come back to conclude the council agenda. We have the items that were held, one report that was held for debate, separate vote, or because of conflict of interest, some bylaws and other business. So we will come back, we'll recess now and be back at 2:30 for the conclusion of this council meeting agenda. And we will meet in camera starting in 10 minutes, 1 o'clock. Thank you. We'll see you, everyone else, back here at 2:30.
Check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check. Check 1. You have audio now. That's a little bit of a delay. Echo, 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 echo. Right. Check. It's still delay. Plus, I'm pretty close to the speakers. We go out here though and talk normally. You're still gonna get an echo from the mic. Check 1 2. Oh, you know why there's 2? I know there was 2. Check. Test. Echo. You on the phone still? Just one voice? Okay. Perfect. So now you should be able to almost real time. 1.5, somewhere there. I had it, it encodes audio, so I had it going. Instead of come over the one cable, I had it going on this part now. And presets are good. And I think everything else is good. Yep. Yeah. I've lowered the 6 dB, which is almost hard to hear. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. You still got some volume in here.
Okay, we're ready to reconvene this council meeting. Thank you, council, for being back in at 2:30. We're ready to start again. I'll call this meeting back to order. We are sitting in Committee of the Whole right now, and for those of you tracking this online, we are at the point at which we will consider the administrative report that was held for further debate and questions, and then we will continue with bylaws and motions and new business. So first and foremost, to the administrative report that was held by Councillor Cllr. That's Administrative Report number 4, the lease of 58 West Hastings Street to Portland Housing Society for temporary use for gardens and agriculture programs. Councillor Cllr.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. I have two questions. The first that I want to talk about is on page 2 of the report, under city manager or general manager's comments, there is a statement that says that the garden is an ideal use of this site until the site is redeveloped for housing purposes anticipated in 2016. My question has to do with that anticipation and whether or not there are offers that have come in, or we are planning as a city to initiate a request for proposals around this site. My question has to do with really that the process that that would move forward that led to that statement being included.
The Chief Housing Officer. We had this site transferred over to the city last November as part of an affordable housing requirement on another site downtown. And so we're in the process of undertaking a work plan of processing how we want to take that site forward. So there will be a procurement process for a housing operator and a developer, and we'll be consulting with the community in accordance with the process that we would normally take to take a project forward.
There would be a due procurement process that
there will be.
You're saying, okay, that's just, I wanted to make sure that that was keen and that was nothing I'd missed or the public has missed in terms of.
No, we'll be coming back to council.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
Okay.
My second question has to do with the garden and the fact that it is providing a very important it's really social service. I mean, it's a community asset now. And I'm wondering after, well, the lease is to November 30th this year, what are the plans afterwards? Are we in any way looking to work with the Portland Hotel Society in terms of alternatives for a site for them?
Good afternoon, Mary Claire Zach, Managing Director of Social Policy. And just to respond to your question, Councillor Cllr, first of all, we are working with the Portland Hotel Society. We really value the work that they do on that site. Used for gardening, it engages a number of the residents of their hotels and provides a real valuable place and space and service for the community. So we are looking at some options. We do have an option also to extend the lease for a year until 2016, and then beyond that, we're looking at what are some other opportunities in the neighborhood. So we're working closely with them on that. And we can also consider whatever happens on the site to have some urban ag potential on there. But certainly for the value of that site and for what it does, we are looking for other properties where that might take place.
Great. Good to hear.
Thank you very much.
Okay, no more questions for that. So we have a mover of the recommendation in that report. Councillor Jang will move. Any debate? All those in favor of the recommendation? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. So we have completed our agenda with administrative reports, and we need a motion to rise from Committee of the Whole. Thanks, staff, on that front. Councillor Deal will move that we rise from committee, and all those in favor. Any opposed? That carries, and we need a motion to adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole. A mover and seconder. Councillor Meggs moves. Councillor Jang second. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So we're on to bylaws. We have 3 bylaws on the agenda for consideration by council. Does any member wish to hold a bylaw for debate, a separate vote, or because of conflict of interest? Seeing none, I will ask for a motion to adopt bylaws 1 to 3. Councillor Jang and a seconder for that. Councillor Deal, all those in favor of adoptions of bylaws 1 to 3? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And the list of these approved bylaws, the 3 bylaws can be viewed on the city's website. We're on to 2 administrative motions we have on the agenda, which are to be moved by Councillor Meggs and seconded by Councillor Stevenson. And councillors, any discussion on the administrative motions? A mover, we have them moved. All in favor? Any opposed? And those carry unanimously. And we're on to the 2 motions that were on notice. The first, which is the request for leave of absence for Councillor Stevenson. And I have a mover for that, Councillor Jang, and a seconder, Councillor Deal. All those in favor of that motion? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And the second is a request for leave of absence for Councillor Affleck. Someone move that. Councillor Jang is seconder. Councillor Ball, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. So those 2 motions on notice, both approved unanimously. And we're on to notice of motion, new business inquiries, and other matters. Councillor Jang, first on the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I sent to the clerk a motion on notice.
Pull your mic over. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that. I have sent to the clerk, it's up on screen, a motion on notice by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevenson, regarding the relocation of St. Paul's Hospital to the False Creek House was announced by the province formally yesterday. The movement, the relocation of the hospital took some by surprise because there had been promises, for example, that the downtown site where the current hospital is would be rebuilt and redeveloped. Through my healthcare contacts, we'd heard that there's some discussion of moving the hospital to the False Creek Flats, so it's always been kind of a bit of a mix. But certainly over the last couple days, the last day actually, I've received a number of comments, a number of emails and questions from my colleagues, as well as residents of the West End regarding the provincial announcement. So in anticipation of that, I put towards a motion which we'll discuss fully as a council in 2 weeks' time. First of all, asking you, Mr. Mayor, on behalf of the city, to write the Minister of Health, Mr. Lake, and the CEO of Providence Healthcare, expressing any concern regarding potential reduction in primary care in the downtown core, as the West End has a high proportion of residents with chronic health conditions and the need for local resources in the event of an emergency, such as an earthquake. These were 2 things raised by many folks about the concerns with the potential move. Secondly, and I think this is very incredibly important, particularly we've had comments not only about potential health care, but also issues about heritage and what will happen on that site. We're calling on the province, as part of your letter, for a robust public consultation, both on the future St. Paul site, as well as healthcare services required by the community. So we're asking the province. Now, I know they have said they were looking at that, but we would like a good, robust public consultation and not just something that's done quickly to get it through. The second part of the be it resolved is that council support the creation of a new hospital and healthcare campus on the False Creek Flats. And this is an important piece, one that significantly increases current treatment resources for people with mental health and addiction challenges in Vancouver. One part of the announcement that came out yesterday, which took many of my friends in mental health a little by surprise, was the reference for increasing mental health services in the new site. And so we'd really like to make sure that happens. This wasn't just a SOP to the community or something like that, but we'd actually like to see the delivery of first-class mental health and addictions care. And certainly we're saying to the province and Providence Healthcare that this is what we would very much like to see. And again, this has come not only from ourselves, but my colleagues in medicine and psychiatry and psychology, but also from the general public who've been contacting me constantly over the last few days. So I bring this forward for a full debate and discussion and hearing from any speakers in 2 weeks' time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's already on notice.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. So that motion is on notice for our next council meeting in 2 weeks' time, end of April. And I will move on to Councillor Reimer for new business.
Robertson. Feels like such less substance. I've got some show and tell for folks today. As you may have known, I was attending the World Congress of Mayors and Municipal Leaders on Climate Action and Environmental Policy this past week in Seoul, in part on behalf of the City of Vancouver and in part in my role as Vice Chair of the Climate Action Committee at Metro Vancouver. The Congress happens every 3 years, and particularly important this year in the lead up to the COP21 negotiations in Paris in December. I was able to give, well, I was invited to and managed to endure giving 6 speeches and presentations over the course of 4 days of the conference, so they certainly got their money's worth out of us, or out of myself at least, in Seoul. We spoke at the opening plenary. I'll let Councillor Louis speak for himself. We were one of the 8 cities that was invited to speak in the opening plenary alongside the 100 mayors signing the Seoul Declaration, which I have more information on here. We spoke about our adaptation strategy and resiliency in the efforts in the city to become more resilient in the face of a changing climate. We spoke about our full Greenest City program, which was of great interest to the participants. We spoke at the event on the Compact of Mayors and are one of the signatories now to that, along with 36 new cities. We spoke about our 100% renewable energy initiative. And at the closing plenary, we're in fact the city that is responsible for founding the global network of 100% renewable energy cities, which leads into the forum that will be here. And I believe you all got an invite for it today from the city manager from May 13th to 15th. City of Vancouver has been integrally involved in helping organize the Renewable Cities Conference. We also, last piece, won 2 awards. We are once again the Canadian Earth Hour capital. Seoul, Korea was the global champion this year. As you might remember, we were the champion in 2013. Seoul was recognized for a number of factors, not least of which, and it's sort of incredible to consider, the city of Seoul has a population that is larger than the combined total of Toronto, Vancouver, Edmonton, Calgary, and Winnipeg. So to see with that population what they're able to do on climate mitigation it makes our job seem easier than it might otherwise be. The other award we were given was a very surprise one. Had an individual who's the Secretary General of the Municipal Association of Bangladesh run up to me and want to take a photo with this award. And I only recently found out that the reason he had brought it to Seoul to give to us is because the Municipal Association of Bangladesh, as you might imagine, they are heavily impacted by climate. It's a very resource-poor country, so their ability to respond to those issues is very challenging. And they are quite moved by our efforts as a developed city, a city in the developed world, to try and mitigate climate. So that was maybe not as fancy as the other award, but one that I will treasure the most from our time in Seoul this past week.
Thank you very much, Councillor Reimer, and thanks for representing the city in Seoul. I guess officially you were representing the city, and Councillor Louis was representing the FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, but I guess you're both there on various, wearing various hats. But appreciate the strong representation at an important international conference. And we're on to Councillor Carr next on the queue.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to let people know that there have been a number of events. I ended up having to do several as acting deputy mayor because our deputy mayor was representing us in Seoul. And the consequence was really a true joy in realizing what a wealth of amazing people and the degree of volunteerism that has come forward in our city. So one of them was the Canucks Autism Society Walk. for autism awareness. And the Aquilini family made a decision to establish the Canucks Autism Society, and it really is quite an amazing service that provides free services to our city and communities around BC to support families both in terms of offering sporting opportunities and training, but also social opportunities and arts and culture, time out, summer camps, I mean, a whole array of services. And, you know, 1 in 68 children is affected by autism spectrum disorder. It touches virtually all of us through our friends or families or some connection. So just my hat's off and my thanks to the Canucks, the team members and past members were out as well, and my best wishes for them in this upcoming game series. I also wanted to take note of the fact that I read a proclamation for the South African Film Festival. They raise money on an annual basis for Education Without Borders. So teachers in our city, educators in our city who are going out and really putting their effort into increasing education, especially for young girls in South Africa. And the final one is the Vancouver Historical Society. You may not know, but they are the only group that actually holds an annual commemorative luncheon honoring the day of inauguration of the city of Vancouver. It's our 129th birthday. So happy birthday, Vancouver, and thank you to the Vancouver Historical Society for keeping alive the spirit of historical information and interest in our history, which I think makes us a richer city.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. And next up is Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for asking me to represent you and the council at the commemoration of Vimy Ridge and the beautiful Vimy Memorial. This takes place every year, but this is the 98th year, and it was a very, very important commemoration. And I would like to thank Mr. Cam Cathcart, who arranged and was an amazing MC, to Christopher Gaze of Bard on the Beach, who read a beautiful poem about the war in the First World War, and also the really hundreds of young cadets who stood out there in the cold and stood beside each grave commemorating the soldier who was in front of them. And for those of us who lost family members during that terrible war, and indeed for all the cadets who were deeply affected by the stories that they were telling, and for those who had visited, the young people who had actually visited the Vimy Memorial, it was quite moving to hear how they felt nothing before they went. And going to see the memorial actually allowed them to understand what the war was for, what it was about, and how much more connected with Canada they felt after visiting Vimy. So I would encourage everyone to visit the Vimy Memorial website to see the work that is going on and the scholarships that are available to young people to be able to visit and indeed understand world peace and how Vimy works towards that. So thank you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much for representing the city there, all of us. And on to Councillor Louis, new business.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Further to the show and tell exercise that we're undertaking today, I did want to demonstrate some value for money in terms of my participation, given the questioning that I had received just a few minutes earlier. I do want to say that the conference was well attended by many participants, over 2,500 from around the world. 75 countries were represented, 37 sessions, 10 MOUs were signed during this time. I was there in the capacity as Vice Chair of Metro Vancouver, representing us in regards to our National Zero Waste Council, which is in conjunction with our efforts with the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and spoke about where we needed to move away from the linear stream of waste, the linear waste creation to a circular model where we reuse and recycle and reuse our materials, and advocated for this on an international basis. And it was a well-received presentation. I did present in conjunction with Mayor Don Iveson of Edmonton. Mayor from Edmonton was there and gave, I think, a really good presentation. And I also presented on behalf of Metro and City of Vancouver, actually, in regards to the sharing economy. And the city of Seoul, actually, is a city that is quite advanced. Only after 2 years, they've been able to produce quite substantive and substantial headway into the issues of sharing, and they produced a document, and all of it's on the website, and I encourage everyone to have a look and to see what's available and what they've been able to accomplish in just a very short period of time. Just goes to show that though Vancouver is well advanced in a great number of areas, there are many things to learn when we go to these types of conferences, and there's demonstrated practices that are available for us to bring home and to implement more fully here in our home cities and in the region as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Louis. And we're on to Councillor DiGenova.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I locked out of my system, so I couldn't put myself on the queue there. I'll keep it very short, but again, just as we are doing show and tell here, and I got to have the opportunity to go on another fabulous tour organized by the City Clerk's office. Councillor Carr accompanied me, and we went to Sunset Nursery, we went to the Vancouver Public Library, and the iconic Orpheum Theatre. So they're wonderful what I would say gems of Vancouver, fantastic tours, and it's certainly helping me as the new councillor here in Chambers to understand our city. So thank you very much to the City Clerk's office and to all of the staff who took the time.
All right, thanks for that. And we are done with new business in this council meeting agenda, so we need a motion to adjourn. We have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Deal, seconder. Councillor Reimer, all those in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. And we'll go back in camera right away, finish the in-camera agenda today.